Hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all. Good morning. Happy Monday. Hey yo, who ready to start this day of work, man? Yo, how was your weekend? Let's get this. Hold up. Something ain't right now. Hold up. There we go. There we go. Miss Simone.
Happy Monday.
Happy Monday, Miss Simone. Hey, Miss Simone. Guess what, Miss Simone? Guess what?
Miss Joni, you have to warn people before you do that. You were going to.
Miss Simone,
I don't even know what that means. I
the
don't.
countdown is real, Miss Simone.
The heartbeat.
Do you realize we only got one more happy Monday?
How, Miss Joni? We just got started.
We just got started, y'all, and we're already full planning graduation, y'all.
Oh, that's going to be nice, though. The graduation is always a good time. But
graduation is going to be amazing, y'all. Graduation is going to be amazing. I don't know what y'all think it's about to be, but graduation is about to be amazing, y'all. Hey, listen, man. We
got to celebrate, y'all. 9 more days. That's all right, though, because we did a lot already. And
we did a lot, y'all.
Better and better these next two.
We did a lot, y'all. We in the single digit countdown, y'all.
Got me stuttering, fumbling my words, putting up those numbers like that.
Hey, yo, listen, I gotta let the people know 9 more days. Hey, Jay Show, I see you, yo. She said, pray for her mom. Her mom is having a procedure done. We got your back. You know your HeartSmiles fam got your back, yo.
She is covered.
She covered. It's already done. She got that HeartSmiles heart all over.
All over.
Hey, she
good. She good.
How was your weekend, Miss Simone?
It was really good. Just trying to get things together for this trip we're about to take. Not only is Rona trying to get us, but now it's a tropical storm coming. I said, Jesus, please.
You know what? It's all good though, because that means we just get one more day with you.
I know, and I'm so happy to be here. It's nothing like a good morning, Miss Joni. Good morning, heartbeats to start your day off right.
Yes, yo, and yo, your little babies, yo, they doing their thing. The little puff is just like puffity, looking good. I love it. I love to see it, yo.
Thank you, Miss Joni. You know you always glowing. Okay,
I'm just in my business.
Water looks good on you.
Yo, what are we doing? You got time to say good morning to the teens? You sure, Miss Simone?
Yes, we have to. Come on, Miss Dirt. Let's get it started. I want to see who's here.
But you already know who was number one today.
Good morning, Bree. Number one.
Breezy Breeze. Good morning, Breezy Breeze. Yo, she held it down, top spot, yo. We appreciate it as always. How you feeling, Breezy Breeze? Good to see you. Yo, Team Carmen. They might be still asleep, Miss Simone.
Oh, they gotta get cold in the summer. We gotta wake up.
Hey, Team Cold in the yo, Team Carmen, where y'all at? Yo, somebody grab their mama by the bonnet and say, "Baby, it's Monday. I'm ready for success." Make sure that bonnet a wavy way bonnet though. If it ain't, tell her she doing it wrong.
Get the wavy wave. That's all we need.
Get the wavy way, yo. Good morning, Team Dom. Where y'all at, yo?
Dominators.
Them dominators, yo. Are y'all here, yo? Somebody need to jump on their bed right now and say, I'm dominating my day, yo. Good morning, y'all. It's Monday. What's up?
Good morning.
T. Evan. Y'all sleep. Drop them loaves of bread if y'all here, y'all. T, every day I bake bread. Where y'all at, y'all? Just go to your kitchen and just open your oven door back and forth real loud, like boom, 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 boom. Yo, tell them we here.
Getting spankings. Team Evan getting spanking.
Team Luke, where y'all at, yo? AKA Team Legendary. Yo, drop some L's. Let us know y'all here. Are y'all here or no? Or y'all still asleep, yo? Where y'all at?
No, are they up? How's it looking?
I don't know, yo. I see one loaf of bread, yo.
Today they croutons.
No L. They croutons. Miss Simone said they croutons. Yo, Team Tremaine.
Never slipping. Never slipping.
Yo, Team, you tripping if you think I'm slipping. Yo, where y'all at, yo? Are y'all up?
Good morning.
Yo, somebody better be up this morning. Team Brandon.
Bosses.
Where y'all at, yo? Boss sauce, aka Boss Moves Only. Hey, if you got some barbecue sauce in your cabinet, go get it right now, yo. And just go crazy with it. Boss sauce everywhere. Don't get it on your mama couch, though. I'm not responsible. Yo, do that in the tub somewhere where you could just rinse it off, yo. But just say boss sauce everywhere.
You're not proving this message. I'm not getting in trouble for you.
Yo, Team Alma, aka Team All Stars, yo, drop them stars. Where y'all at, yo?
Right on a Monday. Come on, All Stars.
Come through on the Monday, y'all. It's Monday, y'all. It's time to go. Hey, yo. Somebody said it was August, Miss Simone.
Oh.
Somebody said the month was August. You already know what team.
Know which team is about to rise up. Come through.
Team Entanglement, yo. It's your month to shine, yo. It's your month, yo. It's August.
That was good. I really enjoyed that. I forgot it truly is August.
It's August, yo.
At the door, ladies and gentlemen. Leave them at the door.
Yo, Team Entanglement, yo. I hope y'all having fun, yo. Get committed, yo. If you don't have a mentor, somebody that's helping you through, you got 2 more weeks, yo. Get committed, yo, so we can make sure we got you on a path to reach your goals. But like, if you like the entanglement life, then okay. Just don't be looking for no check. As long as you ain't looking for no check, you good.
That gets me every time. I hope check, okay?
Yo, don't be looking for no check, yo. Team Entanglement, we don't know you here, baby. We don't know you here.
Let us know.
Yo, should we let these people end the day, yo?
Let them in. This is gonna be a great day. Y'all know Jada is gonna be the youth lead for me this week, and so
I know.
Hey, Journal J, do her thing. I'm just here for moral support.
Hold up. How many we got?
Hey,
Naeem. Hey, Journal J. Yeah. Hey, Wavy Way.
Hey,
hey Tater Dawn. Hey, Marta General.
Hey.
Lewis, a.k.a. Drippy.
Hello. Oh, everyone looks so good.
I know. What's going on here today? Drippy, you got to turn us the other way. You sideways, baby.
This way.
There we go. Yeah.
And somebody has
Yo.
Lewis, a.k.a. Drippy.
Turn it off, y'all. Turn it off.
That was me. I put it on my TV.
Yo.
Oh, Jada, you came out fire this week. I'm going to go away so you can lead the show, but I just love y'all. I'm proud of you. It's going to be a great day.
Oh, Jada did this? Okay, Jada. Let me take a back seat. Let me sit down. Go ahead, Journal J.
Hello, good morning. What is up, HeartSmiles gang? You know, even if you on a different team, we all one team with one dream, that's success. That's why we all got these amazing, beautiful Black Kings on here with us today. And basically we having a session about how men like me, I guess, help. So Mara's going to take it over because I'm not a male, but I am going to be on with y'all all week long. So please be prepared to see this face every day until Friday. And I got a good show for y'all. So yeah, go ahead, Mar, take it away.
All right. Hey guys, Marta General here. So basically, the topic today is basically like a part two from last week with like Nira and Rabbit in them. Basically, us against adults, which is like parents as well, and how we can like make a positive home setting for ourselves and our parents as well. So basically, I got some questions for y'all. My bad. All right, so I have some questions for y'all. My first question is, what make you so separate from you and your parents? And anybody can answer it in the chat or here.
Somebody?
I'll
I
go.
got you. Go ahead.
Uh, uh,
Greatly
I'll just
for my
say, uh, what separate me from my parents is that I'm a little more educated than them and like school wise, and I believe they have more determination than me because uh, they fought to get here, and sometimes I don't like take advantage of things I'm supposed to, but yeah, but like that's what separates me and my parents.
So for me personally, what makes me different is like not nothing really necessarily, because like I really just like I act just like my mother and my father, but at the same time, I guess it just be circumstances. Like they wasn't like blessed with a lot of stuff that they gave me.
Okay, so for me, I know me and my parents, we don't see eye to eye. Sometimes we argue and stuff like that, and we don't get like have the same things in common and stuff like that. So it's hard to like be in a household when people around you that just like don't be like agreeing what you think or what you say. So what's your example of time needing for an adult in your life? I'm gonna repeat the
What?
question. All right, so share an example of a time when you needed something from an adult in your life.
Only time I actually need adults is like things that I can't do. Probably like signing up for stuff, going different places. But other than that, I could do everything by myself.
Can I go?
Mm-hmm.
I think that before I turned 18, it was like trying to find financial stability because that's one thing that's different between me and my parents is like my financial stability. The need that I'll have for financial stability is way higher than what it was back then. And I think that's like that also plays a role in how I got a bank account because I wasn't 18 at the time and I needed an adult. And then like when I turned 18, I was like, okay, well, I don't need an adult no more. So that's one thing.
How about you, Miss Joni?
Ain't no adult running my life right now except for me.
All right, but how about like when you was like young, like
Oh, well, when I was young, I just had a lot of responsibilities because I was the oldest. My mom worked a lot to take care of us. So I was mainly in charge of taking care of my siblings and making sure like that the house was straight. So I always felt pressure of having to make sure that everything was straight, not only with myself, but with my siblings. So that was me.
Naeem?
What was the question again, please?
All right. All right. So the question was share an example of a time when you needed something more from an adult in your life.
Protection.
Protection.
Yes.
How about you, Lamar?
So for me, I can't really like think of a direct time, but I can just like look throughout my whole life. Like I needed my sister honestly my whole life because like I don't even know, for some reason she just decided that she wanted to be my caregiver, and like she's been raising me my whole life. So it's like, yeah, that's the only time I can really think of it, because like ever since I was young, and like she was raising me and like teaching me as I was getting older. So I kind of needed her for that because I wouldn't have been the same person I was today.
Okay. Um, what y'all think about youth needing from adults? So like basically like we asking for something, but we're not like actually like well adults not actually giving it to us, but it's something that we need help with. It can be educational. It can be some problems we have at home or at school. And I know sometimes because what I went through at school is adults didn't really listen to me as much, and they thought it was like a game, and they didn't really take it seriously. And some parents do the same because um not only that I went through pressure, and you went through anxiety and went through all kinds of stuff, depression at school, but I had to come home to it as well. And for me to go to school and home is just like really ridiculous for me, and it made me get a headache every single day, and it's like a very uncomfortable setting. And the one thing I wanted from adults was like Naeem said, protection, and I wanted love as well. And I feel like I wasn't getting it from school or home. I felt like I was getting it more in HeartSmiles. And I really used to sneak to HeartSmiles because I wasn't supposed to go to HeartSmiles after school. So I used to sneak up, go up to Bloomberg and talk to Miss Joni and them about my problems. And sometimes I'd be in the office with Miss Trina and she helped me out with my math work and my homework and stuff like that. So basically, yeah, I agree with Naeem. Protection is definitely something I needed, and love as well. And sometimes like when you trying to get help from some people, they like, okay, I'm gonna help you throughout this day, whatever. Basically, what I'm saying about that is like, say if you ask for help today, they'll help you on Friday. It'll be taking like too long to help, like it's too late already. So why help now? And one thing about my parents is that when I told them about things at school, they said just go in there and fight everybody, basically. And I can't fight the whole class. And it was basically giving me like feedback to do something about the situation that was gonna result of like a negative thing for me and myself. So basically like what's the time like y'all went through like stuff like that when you actually needed something from an adult, but they wasn't there on time or they wasn't there for you at all.
Can you elaborate, please?
Yes.
All right. Like you said, when you don't like get that much love and protection from home. I mean, like with me, when I needed protection, all the protection and love I need was from family and home because they was the ones that's willing to take me out in that wing and make sure I was all right at all times. When I was at school, like I I really needed protection because people really wanted to target me. Like people see me as a threat. So I mean the teachers the teachers could barely do anything. Like they first like they'll blame you on you and then they just forget about it. And it's crazy. Especially like and and I feel like I can't trust adults or teachers that's willing to that's going to they think they're going to provide protection because I did have the teacher up in my face and I almost let her fight, but it's too much. It's too much. So I'd rather get protection from my family.
Anybody else? No. Okay. So I think that my biggest time when I needed my parents would be like I'm gonna say like middle school because my mother had like a long medical journey and I kind of just felt like by myself even though I had my grandmother. It was kind of emotionally hard because it's like okay, well my mother can't be here to help me and nobody really taught me the feminine things of life, so I kind of had to learn it on my own, and it kind of made it hard, especially when it was like, well, how do I approach a situation femininely without like, being wrong or coming off too strong or anything of that sort. And it kind of took me a long time to like understand people and like relationships and how to respond to people, especially when they're giving me criticism. Because a lot of people would just be like, okay, well, she's smart, so she don't really need too much help. And nobody really broke it down and was like, well, this is what you can and can't say to adults. This is what you can and can't do with people. Like it wasn't really that type of thing right there. So like I had to learn it on my own, and it made me break a lot of relationships with a lot of adults because they're like, you're just disrespectful, and I'm like, okay. But you had people in the chat like John. He said that. Sorry, hold on. Okay. Oh, John said that he needed like emotional support from his parents in general as he like was going through high school. Ania said that her parents gave her tough love, but it wasn't the soft love. So the tough love really helped her straighten herself out. Donovan said that his mother was always there for him no matter what, and he could always talk to her about stuff. And um, Taylor was saying that she feel like she doesn't want her oldest child to be the parents of her younger children, you know, because that could like be a thing when you got a lot of younger siblings. It's like your mother like is exhausted and don't have a lot of energy left. So it's like, well, somebody got to help these kids because I can't have my siblings out there like that. Go ahead, Mom.
Yeah, I definitely agree. So something I like to bring up is I don't live with my mother. My mother actually lives somewhere in the county. And I live with my grandparents. And basically it was like a lot of stress on me because I do have two older siblings that's not, one got killed like years ago and one that's like, we don't know where she at. She's living her life. And basically I'm the oldest in this house. And they expecting you like to do more responsibilities and stuff like that. And I'm the well, I have more pressure on me because I'm the oldest. I have to take care of the house, I have to clean up the house, I have to do this, I have to do that. And basically, when you have to go through so much at school and then you come home to like negativity, it hurts and it like it's very bad for a child to go through that. Me, like I always called Miss Joni. I always like said that I don't feel safe in this house. I don't feel safe at school, and I don't know what to do next. And then one thing she always told me is like you have to have faith, and that's something that was like very hard on me because like I did not have faith at all in anything, and it was like very hard for me to like be brave enough to walk to school or even walk in the classroom or even walk home by myself and stuff like that. It's very depressing. It's very sad. Um, so something that like I overcame from that was I felt like if I can't change them, I can change myself. So I had to put positivity in the household, and I had to like make up some things that can bring our family together more than separate. And one thing we used to like one thing I made up was like a family meeting every Saturday. And we get around the table, we talk about some things that we need fixed, some things that we achieved, and we get awarded for those kind of things. And when I talk to my like parents, I'm like, I see something changing like in our household and stuff like that. Because in school and at home, like we all have they have work and I have a school, and they used to always say like you have responsibility just to go to school and get your work done and go to college and stuff like that. Since coronavirus, I have failed all my classes um for the first and second quarter. But I have passed all my classes for the third and fourth quarter because Miss Caitlin. And okay. And that's when like I just like, started having more faith in myself because people kept telling me you can't do it. You will never do it. People keep saying, like I remember I was at Dunbar and I kept saying I'm going to this private school. I want to go to this private school. And it was like, oh, you dumb, you ain't going to this private school, you're failing, this, that, this, that. My parents said the same thing. And I sat in Miss Joni office for hours making a social contract for my grandfather to sign, but she never did. So then that's when y'all know about the Steve Harvey thing and whatever. And I felt like my parents was like, so proud of me because first I'm getting money from Miss Joni and all the opportunities she gave me, and second because I met Steve Harvey. And I felt like, well, dang, like why y'all have no faith or why y'all didn't respect me for well, like when I was going to school and coming home to y'all mess and stuff like that. Like, why wasn't y'all there for me? Like, I ain't felt no love at all. Um, Basically, since that happening, my grandfather comes in the house and he say, "Oh, I'm so proud of you. How was your work today?" and stuff like that. They every day they just keep saying I'm proud of you, and I guess because I show so much like positive things in the household. Like I do what I'm supposed to do. I talk to them. I have conversations with them as well. Um, and for me, I did not feel like love, like it like throughout my whole years of being here because my mother, she's not with me, but I talk to her every single day though. And hold up.
Okay, well, while Mars takes his call, does anybody else want to share like the experiences when they needed an adult?
All right, I got a experience. So I said earlier, so like I don't think I- transition to high school when I go to the academy, and it because like I was just gonna get just on like people start messing with me. But it was it was hard though because it was like
You lagging for anybody else?
Yeah, you like for me.
Okay.
All right. So I share. I got something to relate on more with. Based on like how the family situation going, like, yeah, I've been had to learn like family, like you can't even trust certain family. Cause like it don't matter what you do, a certain mistake will change people's perspective on anything. Like even family will cut you off for the little things you do. Like last year, I was like 13, I got my tattoo. It was like everybody on my father's side, they like cut me off because they was mad. Like two of my aunts that I had a stronger bond with, ever since I got my tattoo, we didn't speak for like months. Then I had to show and be a bigger person and apologize for me getting a tattoo that my mother said I could get. So it was just like any little mistake I do, like it don't matter how strong our bond was, just because I had this one little mistake, y'all cut me off. It was like right around my birthday, they ain't wish me happy birthday, they ain't talk to me for months. Then I had to apologize. And it was just like, all right, family phony, friends phony, it's just whatever.
I wanted to elaborate on what you were saying. My birthday coming up, and I'm gonna get a tattoo, but I'm turning 18, so it's probably gonna be different. But my father do got an issue with it. But I talked to him. I let him know. Like I was like when he was trying to come at me, he was like saying something about like he was telling me no, and I was telling him I wasn't asking him. He said because like my mother gave me permission, and like he's not he doesn't take care of me, no financial nothing. So like I was just letting him know, and yeah. But me, I'm not. I'm just getting my mother name, something else. Yeah, but I wouldn't say a time I needed a parent and they wasn't there for me. I would say my father. It was like my whole life. Cause my mother, she been taking care of us, me and my sisters for a very long time. Uh, only time I really ever needed my mother was keeping the house over my head. And yeah, so I would say like I was parenting my siblings, even my older sister, because she's like she needs extra help. So yeah, I never really could. I'm the middle child, but like I always gotta do everything for myself. I'm always looking out for them, stuff like that. Also being the only boy in the house, stuff get cranky because sisters get their first love heartbroken, people threaten them, stuff like that, and I gotta be there to back them up because my parent ain't here. So yeah, because my mother she not about that, but like yeah, I always got to stand up for them. I just he just wasn't a parent, and I needed a parent, and like I feel as though like I was a father to somebody else before I could be somebody's son because my mother she wasn't really around because she always had work, so I never had like you know parent in the house for her. She was always working, and yeah.
I definitely understand. I waited. Well, my birthday coming up too, and I'm turning 19 soon. But when I first turned 18, when I was 16, I had this obsession with like getting my belly ring pierced because everybody had it. So my mother was like, "Well, you can't have it until you turn 18." So I waited until I turned 18, and I waited a couple months, and then I got it done. And I guess I didn't really like tell her, but I told her. And then when she really seen it, she was like, "You did what?" And I just felt like it was like, I mean, not to me that is not that serious, but it just felt like, okay, I got it done. Don't, like, don't shame me for it. Don't like go crazy about it. And then like I was on the phone, I was talking to her, and I don't really talk to my family members because I'm not really close with them. I got a problem with that. And like I was talking to her, and I asked her to do me a favor. So she was talking to my grandmother, and she was like, "You know, Jada got her belly button pierced," and I'm like, "What is this? Self sabotage day? Is everybody against me?" Out of one thing, and it just was like. At first, I was like, what y'all want me to take it out? Y'all want me to be unhappy for real? I mean, because it's not that serious about body jewelry, but it was like, I am 18. I'm not like 12. So I kind of felt like it was like more of a big deal because my parents didn't do it. And like, don't nobody really have no tattoos except for my sister. And it was like a big deal for us to break out. So it kind of like made me feel weird. So I kind of got like a question like, what is something that y'all do now that your parents would look at differently? They'd be like, oh, I don't know. You know?
I'll go. So it happens in school too. Like I was known for like just wearing red clothes, like just wearing red from top to bottom. Like when I go to school, people think like I gang bang and stuff, and I be telling them, nah, I don't gang bang. I don't do none of that. I'm too young for it. And like just only for my own safety. My mom be like, don't walk out here with too much red, cause like all I have is red shoes and red clothing and stuff. So so like I do I do get a lot of protection from my mother. My mother accepts me for I am regardless. So I don't really get judged by my mother, but like when I go outside the world, I get judged and be targeted as like from the adults, from children. It's and it's a lot to go through because even though I want to wear something that's my favorite color, people always assume that I'm this and that and the third, and people plotting on my name, and that got me in the fights, and it's crazy.
Okay, so from all the things that I'm hearing, did that like make y'all like grow up fast from like boys to men like too quickly? Because I don't really know too many men, and I don't really hang around too many boys. So like, did all the things that y'all went through like make y'all like adults faster, even though y'all still young?
Yes, definitely for me. Because at first, I'm not gonna lie. I did take school seriously, but like it wasn't like that serious. Ever since the quarantine, I've been reading a lot. Like I've been reading a bunch of books. Um, Miss Simone got me a Bible and a Walking Faith book for my birthday, and I just absolutely love it. And I'll be like on my laptop, my brand new laptop that Miss Zona gave me, every single day. Just working, typing, because I got some plans that I want to do in the future. And my parents look at me, they like, you like a businessman. And at first I was like, hold up, like what? I don't want to look like no businessman. I just want to be me for real. Like I'm just a teenager. And they was like, you finally look like you're growing up and something like that. And I'm like, you know what, you're right, because at first I didn't read as much books. I wasn't focusing on education. I wasn't really typing as much. But I felt like I adapted into the HeartSmiles environment. There is maybe a stronger person, and my mindset is definitely stronger than like what oh my god, what it used to be. My bad. So yeah, so definitely it definitely helped me out. With everything in my life, and it just making me look like a different person. And not only they can see, I can see myself.
I ain't gonna say my struggles or whatever I went through made me into a man because I'm still only 14. I turned 15 in a few days, but I know that what I went to, it helped me like teach myself how to survive. Not saying be a man, but it taught me like, oh, I gotta do this if I'm trying to be something. I'm trying to grow up and make it somewhere in my life.
Definitely. Uh, to add on more, I definitely seen you grow. I was looking at one of your pictures. I was like, he looked like a teenager. He lost all his baby fat. Oh, I was so sad. I was like, but y'all should read this book called. It's by Tallahassee Coates, whatever his name is. It's called Between the World and Me. He's from Baltimore, Maryland. He went to Howard. He met his wife, and they had a son together. And the book is basically dedicated to his son on how to grow up in a world full of people who don't like black people, especially black men, because he's a black man himself. I definitely think y'all should read that. Go ahead, Lamar.
So y'all can hear me, right?
Yeah,
All
you
right,
ain't
good.
lying.
All right, good. All right, so for me, I say like I wouldn't say the stuff that I went through made me grow up fast, because it didn't. Like I still had a good childhood and stuff, but I say like it forced me to become more mature than what I was. Like everybody was watching cartoons while I was out here trying to figure out how I can lose weight and stuff like that. Like everything I did, like from at a youngin, like I didn't do everything that everybody else did. Everybody was outside playing. I was in the house doing other stuff.
I understand. Anybody else?
Uh, I want to go over what Lamar said. I don't think it made me or it turned me into a man. I think it made me more mature. Cause like when I'm talking to somebody, say like, "Man, you sound old for your age," or like just the words I use or my vocabulary is just it's real expanded and like it's like you wouldn't hear that from like a regular kid like me. Like when people say like, what does that word mean?" I'm like, you don't know what that means. Like I'm saying it like it's easy. Somebody knows it's not easy. It's like I made it complex for me because my mother, she don't know what's going on in the world for real. So like I'm always like right next to her just in case, because you never know when somebody says something to her and like say I don't even know what he's saying, but I can point it out because it's simple to me. Like whenever somebody like same thing when like if I'm fluent in English now, like probably if I didn't do that, I probably wouldn't know like some things people said in my mother before. I wouldn't be there to back it up or like just simple stuff like that.
All right, I understand. Um, I have another question. My question is, how do you think that all of these experiences that you went through, how will that set the bar for you when you get older, and if you plan on having kids, and if you have a son, like how would that set that bar so that now because you've been going through this and we having these talks, how will that make you remember when you have a child that I was their age once and I felt the way they felt and I need to be a little more understanding?
I feel like that like would help me to understand like my children, cause like knowing that I went through the same, like basically I wouldn't want my child to go through everything I went through. I would want better. Like every parent would want better. That's what all parents say. But to actually show better and to do better is where it all comes from. So me knowing like say my son he grew up the same way as me, so he might have my same mentality, or if he grew up different from me, I gotta break my level down to his understanding, even though I made my understanding may be higher than his because of what I went through. It's just basically you gotta go to your children's mentality. Well, not basically doing that. It's just basically trying to help a better understanding. You can explain like what they would need to do, and you can give good advice that could help them.
So like for me personally, I wouldn't want my kids to grow up the way that I did, because like if I'm working hard while you growing up the same way and doing the same things that I did, like I want them, like once I get older and I'm actually feels like I'm ready to have kids, I want to be able to teach them the lessons that I learned, but just from a different perspective, because everybody don't need the same perspective. I want my kids to be different than me. I want them to actually like grow more. Like the stuff that I learned now, which I could have learned when I was like 13 or 12, that's how I want them to be.
Can I go, please? Um, I mean, I agree with Lamar of like say like I agree. Like I mean, sometimes like I don't really consider having children, but like I get to the point having children, I mean, I don't want them to be in the same shoes I was. Like they could. I mean, I just want, like you said, I want them to be different and go what they desire to be and desire for, because I can't really change them or change their perspective. They only can change their own. So I want them to be different from everyone else and stick to who they was truly are and know that purpose at all times by any means necessary. So I agree.
Louis, I'm sorry, Drippy.
Uh, I just want my kids to be as drive as I am, even though they might not have the same hardships. Like one day, maybe I can take them back to where I grew up at, show them like what it's like a day in life, just so that they can get that in their head. Because I want them to grow up spoiled or something. Because I know I'm gonna have my kids. I'm gonna have them living good, but I want them to be as drive as me. So yeah, yeah.
Tina, thank you.
Yeah, for me, I'm gonna say I want them to be like, better than me. Because I ain't like my parents, like, they haven't been very supportive or, wasn't there for me enough. Um, Even though I do respect what they do for me, but I feel like, I ain't like was supported or loved throughout the whole time I was like, growing up. And one thing I want my kids to know is like they're truly loved, and that they can do whatever they want. Well, not do whatever they want, but they can be whoever they want to be or whatever they want to be, and they can set the future for themselves and prepare themselves for the future. And me as a parent, I have to help them out because not many parents out here are that towards their children doing what they want to do in the future. Like they probably want them to do what they want to do, and that's how my parents was. So for me, I will like push my kids to, like be the best they can be, and make sure they be powerful. And some people are scared to bring kids in this world because they're black and stuff like that, and police brutality and the things that's going around in this world, because the world is not kind of at all. It's not nice, and for me, I feel like I had to protect my kids no matter what, and where they at and where they go to, and I want them to know that it's many chances and many beliefs that you can achieve, and yeah, that's what that's what I would say to my kids or tell them.
Miss Joni, even though we not like your real, well, we are your kids, all of us, every heartbeat that you've ever, I don't know, but like, how do you like, I guess as a from a parent perspective, even though you're not like our parents, but you're our parent because you see us and hold us all day long. Like, how does that like help you?
Well, I intentionally didn't want to have any kids, like, and that's why I don't have biological kids. Not because I can't, but because it was a choice that I made. Believe it or not, like I was very inherently a selfish person. Like I took care of myself and my family, and that was it. And I was never planning on bringing somebody else into this world that I would have to be responsible for 24/7 for the rest of their life. Like that just wasn't my plan for my life. But having heart smiles and building the relationships that I have with you guys, um, like it feels, I think, what probably would have been a void for me. I don't think that even without heart smiles, I would be out here trying to have a baby. Like, absolutely not. But definitely dealing with y'all, I don't need no kids. I'm fine.
You getting a HeartSmiles, baby?
No, not ever. It ain't happening.
You got the best adopted kids in the city. We ain't
I
mad.
got I got the best ones with all the responsibility too, the good and the bad part of it. So I'm good. Y'all do me right.
Definitely. Well, you guys, we never have enough time, and it's 10:44, so we gotta get these jewels out the way. So who wanna take it? Who wanna take us? First. Go ahead, Naeem. Start us off, please.
Um, all for my young adults, young parents, young men, young ladies, that's our parents. I'm gonna say, soon as your child is born, please stop being judgmental to your children. Of don't matter what they look like, because in the day they still your children, and they still God's creation, and you shouldn't judge them by but by its cover. So yeah, accept your children, don't matter how they look. They're so beautiful in the day from the womb.
Who next?
I'll go. My joke to y'all is if y'all going through depression or y'all going through so many things in life and you overthink too much, take a day to like do self care, work on yourself, build yourself up, and build your mindset. So yeah.
Uh, Mine is just go for kids towards their parents or just in general. Be considerate of that person because you don't know what's going on with them. Because mainly kids, they never ask the parents like what's going on, stuff like that. They just assume that everything's all right. So yeah, I'd say be considerate.
Mine is no matter how old you are, if you try and get something in emotion, like say you're younger, you can get a parent to start it, but you always gonna have to finish it.
All right, mine's is kind of simple. Mine's is you different, and what I mean by that is, regardless of who been born before you, who's going to be born after you, at the end of the day, you're you. So the time that you got on this earth, just make it count. Like regardless of what you're doing, regardless of what you love to do, just make sure you do that. Make sure you make that your profession rather than a simple 9 to 5.
Um, I think my jewel would be. Okay, hold on. Okay, my jewel is remember that you was in those shoes. You didn't walk that mile, but you was definitely in those shoes. And I'm saying that to everybody because there's a lot of people who probably watch this live who have kids or or about to have kids or is a child and maybe not a child but a young adult and may think, okay, when I get older I may want to have kids. Just remember that you was in those exact shoes, even if you didn't walk the same trail or take the same path or was in the same race with the same competitors. At the end of the day, you was in those shoes. Miss Simone said she had a jewel, y'all.
Okay, I'm sorry. I had to come back because this was amazing, y'all. I'm like day one, fly on the wall, and y'all did amazing. So this just continues to show me that youth are the future. I know that you guys will be the change you want to see. And my biggest thing for y'all is just continue, never be afraid to ask for what you need from adults. Like it might be hard, and sometimes you got to check your tone. It's not what you say, it's how you say it, but when y'all speak your truth and you ask for what you need from us authentically, it's up to adults to like give you what you need. So y'all doing good. Miss Joni, what you think? Day one, Monday.
Yo, day one, yo, Journal J, you did an amazing job, yo. That's what's up.
Thank you so much.
I'm so proud. Look at all of our wonderful, just young men up here. Y'all did great.
I know, such an important conversation. We definitely need a part two.
This was
That's, this part we gotta need a part three.
great. Guys only have 9 days.
Dang, there's so many parts.
It is. But we got to make sure everyone gets up here before the 9 days are over. So y'all seriously, if you want to get on, hit up Journal Day. Jay, do you want to tell them your Instagram?
My Instagram name is Jiggy J. It's JIGGII_J. I will drop my Instagram name in the chat and you all can hit me up. And we kind of got a session on Friday, maybe, but it's definitely an open slot for you in there. So
All
yeah,
right, thank you so much, Journal J. So we'll see you tomorrow. You basically out Miss Simone all week for real.
tomorrow 10 a.m. y'all.
All right, y'all. I'll see y'all later. See you tomorrow, Journal J. Miss Simone, you gonna try to be with us for a second?
Yes, we got to at least say good morning. Even if it's a little ghetto, I'm frozen. I'm going to be here.
All right. Thank you, Miss Simone. Hey, y'all, we had a great, great day. This is how you do a Monday. And forgive my background if y'all hear the construction noise in the background, y'all. I'm sorry about that. But look, man, it's break time. Break time. Go take your break. I'll see you guys back here at 10. I think y'all gonna like who we got coming up at 11. I'll see y'all in a few. Hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all. We are back. We are back. Hey, I'm so sorry about my ghetto noisy background, y'all. Having some construction work done, so it's a little loud. Team Lizzie, I see you. Hey yo, Team Lizzie said I ain't need no break. Hey, look, definitely make sure you pacing yourself though, Team Lizzie. I don't want you to burn yourself out. What's up, though? Hey Kaya, what's up? Hey Dante. Hey Life with La, what's up? Hey Baby Barack. Dion, Christian, Kayla, Tierra, what's up, y'all? Hey, let's get into our next guest, y'all. I got a feeling y'all gonna like this guest mentor today. I don't know what it is, but I just got a feeling. Breezy Breeze, what's up? Hey Mackenzie, hey Taylor, the J Show, hey Tyra, hey Tony, hey Daniel, Joe Couture, Wavy Wave, Famous, what's up? Hey Trent, hey Sean, hey Chloe, Mr. Brandon.
Good morning,
Oh, sauce.
Miss Joni.
How you doing?
We need to take this on the road.
Yo, oh my gosh. I'm so glad you finally stopped bluffing and got on here. Cause we only been saying this for how many weeks?
I even wore a collared shirt so I wouldn't be, what do we call it, a broke bum?
Yo, you can never be a broke bone with all the energy and light that you shine every single day. I'm just blessed to be able to have you. And
Likewise.
I don't know what you're bringing today, but I know whatever you bring it, I already know it's going to be great. I already know it.
Well, I'm really excited. I guess I should start sharing my screen.
Yeah, let's do that. And that has your intro and all that stuff in there because you know these heartbeats want you to spill all your little bit of tea.
It does. I'm gonna sort of do it in my own way, but I got a whole teapot for y'all.
Y'all hear that, right? Let the tea spills begin.
Okay. So hopefully this is going to work. I have a little introduction before the introduction, a preface to my introduction. I have not put together a PowerPoint in many years, so I was working on this yesterday. So I hope you all enjoy it. Okay, so I was thinking about what I was going to speak about today, and I know last week I spoke a little bit about Congressman John Lewis to everyone who was sort of is a legendary figure in the civil rights movement and in American history. And I'm going to be talking about him a little bit, but I wanted to give you all an introduction on me, on who you're working with. I think it's needed all the more because our life is strictly virtual. You know, there's a lot of power to having a virtual experience. I've spoken in our meeting that we had with Miss Joni and all the job coaches last week that the energy, sort of virtual energy, is undeniable. It's very powerful, but I want this to see the YouTube chat. So I'll trust that you all are dropping into the box. What are your memories of storytelling? Maybe you could name one person whose stories impacted you. Maybe since you're teenagers, they were 10 years ago when you were a very little child. Maybe it was a family member. Maybe it was a person you'd never met. Maybe it was a teacher. Maybe it was a librarian. And I want you to just drop that person into the box. And as you're doing that, I'll kind of share some of my earliest memories of stories.
Mr. Brandon, I'm so sorry. Can you give us a quick rewind. I thought it was just me when your audio had went out, but it's everybody. Everybody's saying that your audio had went out.
Can you hear me now?
We can definitely hear you now, yeah. And now that I know that it's not me, if it goes out again, I'm gonna let you know, because normally it'll be like fuzzy or something, but it almost was just like you was on mute, but
Please
you
do.
wasn't.
Are we going to reevaluate that broke bum title? I don't know.
No, you're not a broke bum, Mr. Brandon.
Actually, truth to tell, there was a little bar that came up on my screen that says an unstable internet connection. So
that's probably exactly what it was.
We'll persevere, but I can sort of rewind, and I want you all, if you didn't get this before, to think about a moment in your life when you heard a story that changed you. Maybe it was someone in your life who would tell stories, like a grandparent, or maybe it was someone that you had never met before. Maybe you visited a museum, which I'll be talking about a lot today, or a historic site, or maybe it was a teacher or a librarian. And just drop that name into the box, and we'll kind of get this going. I like this idea of getting an activity to sort of get the juices flowing. And while you're doing that, hopefully, thumbs up, everyone can hear better. Okay. I'll share with you some of the memories I have of storytelling. Both of a grandparent on each side, my dad's father and my mom's mother. My dad's father was pretty bawdy. He was had kind of salty humor, and he was very silly. He could be very silly, and he had stories that I remember hearing about that they were from when he was a youth. And I think when you are a child, you think your grandparent was always old, but they were young, and they got into trouble, some good trouble and some bad trouble probably, but they have lots of stories. And he had a story that I won't be able to repeat today, but that just made him come alive when he was a much younger person. I will repeat this one story that he did share with me, which just sort of elevated him in my eyes even more than he already was. So he was born in 1929, and I think he graduated high school in 1947. Hard to believe. So when he graduated high school, he moved up to Washington, D.C., and actually went to work for the FBI. I don't really know what he did. I have a mind that he sort of was a paper pusher a little bit. You know, he wasn't like an agent, but he would tell me, and it wasn't like an elaborate story or anecdote, but he would tell me once that he had gotten into the elevator in the FBI building, which is, in downtown Washington, D.C. It's right on Pennsylvania Avenue, almost halfway between, a little closer to the White House and the Capitol. I think it's like 12th in Pennsylvania. Anyways, he told me once of getting into the elevator with Hoover, with J. Edgar Hoover, who was the FBI director and is a larger than life American figure. There's a film that was made on him, made about him years ago, that Leonardo DiCaprio starred in. And he was literally a larger than life character. He was a big man, and he had like on a trench coat, and he took up a lot of space physically and sort of in terms of energy. And that just blew my mind, that sort of an ordinary person like my grandfather was in a space once for a little bit with an icon of our history. I thought that was really cool. That was kind of amazing. And his wife, my grandmother, was really the mouth of the South. I think that's where I got this mouth. And then my mom's mother, my mom's father was pretty quiet, but my mom's mother would tell stories of the Great Depression. And stories have a way of sort of reaching you in a very immediate way, you know, like the connection from you to a moment in the past or a moment in someone's life is immediate. You're not watching it on the news or in a movie. It feels real. So she would talk about growing up in Atlanta, Georgia in the 1920s and 30s, and the 30s during the Depression, and meeting my grandfather during World War II. She was like a candy striper, sort of like a nurse. And these were powerful experiences. So that's a little bit about my storytelling. And I want to actually go ahead and get into the PowerPoint because I want to make sure that we kind of keep pace with our time together. So this PowerPoint is filled with a lot of stock internet photos, but just a few of photos that I've taken. So this was a photograph from Red Rock Canyon in Nevada, outside Las Vegas, in Henderson County. And I had heard about this place from friends in Washington, D.C., and where I lived for many years, and knew that I had to go visit. So it was the first big trip that my now husband, Brian, and I took. Las Vegas is his favorite city. And it was in January of 2019. So we're going to be talking a lot about museums. And I want to give you a definition first from the handy dandy Merriam-Webster dictionary on my phone. An institution devoted to the procurement, care, study, and display of objects of lasting value, interest, or value. Also a place where objects are exhibited. Procurement's a fancy word for collecting. So I would say that I use a slightly different definition. I would say that museums are spaces for learning in an unconventional way. So I would actually define what is really a park is a huge landscape that is under the care of the federal government, the Bureau of Land Management, as a museum because it's a place where we learn. And I remember going here and learning about how the Ice Age and the glaciers helped to form those incredible lines and shapes. And maybe you can see some of the dark spots on the rock and what appear to be lines. Those are actually scratches that were made in the rock, really gashes by the movement over thousands and thousands of years of glaciers. You're probably never going to think about ice the same way again. I hope you won't. And then just the way my mind works, who doesn't love looking at a cloud and sort of making a shape and thinking about what it looks like? You know, daydreaming, letting your mind wander. In the middle section of the photograph, there's a formation of rocks with a piece that's kind of slightly segmented, sort of looks like a triangle. I call that the turtle. It reminds me of a turtle. You can see a little bit of a turtle head, hopefully, and what I could imagine is a shell. So anyways, that's just a little bit of background. So, so kind of starting with my story and how I grew up. I'm from Lexington, Virginia, and I'd like to think that it's a small town in the Blue Ridge Mountains, a little college town, a couple of small colleges there. And I'd like to think that because of a lot of my Southern ancestry, there's a lot of rich storytelling in the South. I remember going to a local theater, the Henry Street Playhouse, when I was young. I was probably 5 or 6 or 7, and they told a story It was an old Appalachian folktale called Muncie Meg. And this is now well over 30 years ago. And they used enormous paper mache heads. They were just enormous. Think somewhat like The Lion King, if you can imagine that on Broadway, just unreal. And not only were the heads they were a little bit scary because they were so large, but they were dazzling and they were really affecting, especially to a small person, to a little kid. So the power of seeing stories presented on a stage was something that has stuck with me. And I'd like to think it stuck with me maybe more than the average person because of my power of imagination. And I want you to, if you feel like you're not a very imaginative person, because sometimes it can be, it's always really an active exercise of imagining. There's all kinds of things you can imagine, what your life might look like in the future, how you will contribute in this world, what kind of projects you want to work on, who you want to be. In my case, I imagined a lot about what life was like in the past. Isn't history a way of teleporting yourself, right? It's like time travel. So I worked with what I got, and I thought that was a pretty rich history in Virginia. I can remember being about 10 years old, or 11 maybe, and we got New Virginia history books, textbooks, and they were sort of like a time machine for me, and textbooks have their own complications, and they aren't always right or accurate, but the ideas in them were very powerful for me. And one particular idea that captured my imagination was really about the founding of the English world, English-speaking world, with Jamestown, Virginia, and particularly the story of Pocahontas. And in fourth grade, I was probably about 11, and we traveled to Jamestown and got to see the fort. And we could see the boats that were recreated. That's the image on the right. And the image on the left is actually from a portrait, the only portrait that Pocahontas had ever posed for. It was one image that was taken. You all might know the name Pocahontas. I don't know if you know it, maybe from the Disney film, which is okay. She was a real historic figure, a person that lived over 400 years ago. They don't really know when she was born. She was a Native American princess for the Powhatan tribe. They know when she died. She was probably only about 21 or 22. And she was thought to be kind of most important in history for uniting Native American and English-speaking communities in this early settlement. This is the first English-speaking settlement in the New World in 1607. And perhaps you have an image in your mind of what she may look like, and it may not look like the image on the left, where it's the Elizabethan era. So Queen Elizabeth is on the English throne, and she's got this high starched collar and very fashionable hat, and this fan of, I think, of ostrich plumes, ostrich feathers. And most significantly, the color of her skin has really been altered. She looks very pale. So there is a lot of power in art in creating a story. I would say one definition you could use of art is that art is the creative process of establishing a point of view, and that each of you have a point of view. You have something that I would call a worldview, and you may feel that it's sort of centric on Baltimore. It's focused on Baltimore. Maybe it's focused on Maryland. Maybe it's focused on your identity as an American. Maybe it's focused on the color of your skin or religion or how much money you make. And maybe it's, it could be focused on other things, but your worldview is kind of a collection of things that help to establish the way you think. And I'd like to hope that my worldview is always growing, because that means you're growing as a person. So that's kind of where I started with this power of imagination as a young person. I was interested in the past. I was interested in objects. I thought that artifacts, everyday objects, art, were powerful kind of resources or tools to help to tell a story. So those are some of the things that inspired me as a young person into what I felt passionate about, because isn't the summer about passions, right? So what I could be passionate about, and also maybe what I might want to do with my life, even at 10 or 11 years old. And I imagine you all are very determined people. So I imagine some of you at 10 or 11, not so long ago, started to think about what you might do. My next chapter is starting to think about how I could merge my interests with wanting to make some of my own money as a teenager, right? So back in the dark ages, in the 90s, and that's not the 1890s, that's the 1990s, I got a work permit when I was 14. It was like a thing, it was like a piece of paper. And my first job was working at a catering company in my hometown for one of the local colleges. And there was a lot of manual labor, but it also sort of complemented another big part of my life. My father was a restaurateur, and I always said that the restaurant was like the fifth member of my family. I had my mother and my father and my sister and myself, and the restaurant was like the fifth member. And so I got to learn a little bit about, food service and sort of the art of serving. And so, it was an interesting experience. It gave me an appreciation for hard work. And then about a year later, I had finished my freshman year of college, freshman year of high school. So rising sophomore. And that summer, I had just turned 16, and I had heard about an opportunity at a historic house museum in my hometown. It's called the Stonewall Jackson House. He was a Civil War figure, but the story that's presented in the house was the time before the Civil War in the 1850s. So that's the image you can see on the left of the house with its porch and its kitchen garden, which is really lovely. I got to learn a little bit about, historic heirloom vegetables like tomatoes and salsify and all of these things that grew out of the ground that I'd never heard of. So in any event, I applied and interviewed and was accepted in this position, and I was an interpreter. I was a storyteller. I looked very much like this gentleman here on the right photograph, with some slacks, some pants, and a polo shirt. And I was trying to be a connector between a story, an object, and and a visitor who maybe had a deep interest in the subject, or maybe, no interest. And, you had to sort of try and engage them and reach them, and through warmth and sincerity and passion, that was often achievable. So being an educator was something that I thought I might be good at. I loved to talk and I loved learning. And so those kinds of things were nurtured in this museum opportunity, in this professional opportunity. After the first summer, I was able to not only give tours and work in the museum shop, but I was able to work more behind the scenes. So I got to understand firsthand, and a little bit like an internship, but it was a job, which I encourage you all to seek out. Something I might suggest in the fall is to go to speak with your school counselor. You probably have a counselor at your school who might direct you to internships. You know, you're a new generation, and 24, 23 years ago, an internship as a high school student was not common. But today, you know, the idea is that you stay ready, right? So you don't have to get ready. You prepare yourself at the youngest age, you know, as a teenager. So I would look into that in the fall, and that might be a good starting point. You can always, you know, research online as well. Cultural institutions, for example, museums, if you think, I hope some of you that this is your jam, are always happy to have you. And it'll probably be unpaid, but that shows incredible initiative. And that is impressive to institutions, whatever they are, whether it's a museum or it's a business. That shows a lot of initiative. And that is an impressive quality, particularly at your age. So it kind of gets you ahead at a younger age. So this opportunity behind the scenes was working with the curator, doing some research. I got to research and draft and put together a brochure that was on the historic lock system on the Maury River, which was the big river going through my hometown. Locks are fascinating. They're just really cool examples of engineering. So think of the Panama Canal, you know, in Central America, that locks are channels that through the engineering, they're able to move a ship or a boat, kind of move them through a narrow corridor. And they're very important to commerce, to business, and for the museum I worked at, it was a way that the historic figure, Stonewall Jackson, was able to, for example, get furniture that he purchased from Philadelphia and New York all the way down to Virginia. It's incredible to think that furniture would travel on a boat on the water, and that's how they would get, you know, really fancy furniture into a small town in Virginia. So I learned a lot, and I really felt like I was nurtured. I was there for 3 years, and people took an interest in who I wanted to be, and maybe what my strengths were and how I could build on those, and how I could kind of develop weaknesses into strengths. So it was a powerful experience. So that was high school. And then I knew I needed to get to a city bad in college. So I was always really sort of obsessed with Washington, D.C. I was had powerful experiences when I was about 9 years old, going to the Smithsonian Institution, again, a museum, to the Natural History Museum and seeing the pterodactyl, the flying dinosaur. I even had like a blow up, you know, toy of the pterodactyl. I tore that thing up over the years. I loved it so much. So those were some memories that I had. And I thought that I could really thrive in DC. So I applied to American University. Go Eagles, right? That looks more like a chicken, but Eagles. I do have a little bit of bumper sticker wisdom for you. You can't soar with the eagles if you're out hooting with the turkeys. So that's just sort of drop the mic there. And bumper sticker / Cracker Barrel store. Anyways, so there's my beloved alma mater there on the left, up in Northwest Washington, D.C. They used to say, because it was kind of towards the end of Massachusetts Avenue in DC, and there were so many embassies, it was kind of the last big institution, and all these embassies before it, that it was sitting on top of the world, which I thought was kind of cool. So I had a math tutor whose son had gone to AU. He went to AU, and she told me about it, and I was really intrigued. So I visited. It was a fall weekend, like September, I think, 1999, long time ago, with my parents, and the leaves were starting to change. There was a nice, the air was changing. It was becoming a little cooler, and we had a really engaging, interesting, and fun student guide who brought us to the campus, and it's like all the puzzle pieces connected. So I applied and was accepted and studied art history. I was an American Studies major. And I knew that I had a lot of interests, and I thought that they all had merit and they all had strengths, and they would help me think about things and connect ideas. And so I found out I was a very interdisciplinary thinker, that I didn't want to take just art history, but I wanted to take anthropology and study human cultures, not just American. I felt like I was a very Americanist because I hadn't traveled a lot. And so my worldview was so small, but I remember it exploding in freshman year, that I took an art history course that brought me to the Lascaux caves in France. And there's some of the oldest cave drawings in human history. Mind blown. I instantly was in France in those caves through a presentation by a really smart and engaging professor. And I took sociology, and I took literature, and all of these, and sort of more traditional history. And all of these ideas helped me kind of connect. And I knew that objects, though, were really going to be my tool of choice for helping to tell these stories. So I wrote an undergraduate thesis on children's toys in the 1800s and the mid-19th century, because childhood was a rapidly changing idea in the 19th century. So many fascinating things, from up to the age of 7 in the colonial era in the 18th century, for example, when the country is being founded, there wasn't a distinction between gender. Up until about the age of 7, boys and girls would wear the same things. Look at how we're becoming full circle. Things that make you go, right? So you would see portraits of family members or maybe young children, and the boys and girls would be dressed the same. For example, the boys would be wearing dresses. So I thought that was really interesting. And I got to research all kinds of interesting toys at a museum called the Daughters of the American Revolution. And it was a really powerful experience. And then eventually I went to graduate school and studied the history of decorative arts, which are things like furniture and glass and ceramics. And I have a master's degree in that. And that's the Corcoran there on the right, also in Washington, D.C. And I was really immersed to the best of both worlds, because it was a museum and a college partnership. So I got to work at an exhibit there. on design between World War I and World War II. And they did really interesting things. They had a room where you could go and sit in furniture from the 1930s, but you could also listen to President Roosevelt's fireside chats. So that while you were sitting in this furniture and looking at this beautiful room, you were imagining what life was like in this really challenging time when people were hurting financially, during the Great Depression, but had this light, and that was their president, their leader, reassuring them. I mean, think of an image of a fire, a fireplace. It's sort of cozy. So you got to learn about the power of imaging and messaging. It was a really sort of transformative experience in my career working in this space in the museum. So then I wanted to put my knowledge to use. So I thought about where I might like to work. And who was a church, can you all hear me?
I was just about to say, it went out again, like right before you said a church.
How about now?
Yep, you bet.
Okay. So I feel like I'm on a Verizon commercial. Sorry. This family friend, Libby Faso, was a church youth Sunday school teacher. And she was like impossibly cool. I mean, she was just delicious. She was almost electric in her personality, in her passions, in her intellect. She, most importantly, a lot of really bright people can be off-putting, but she had no ego. She was accessible, she was warm, and she was kind, and she really nurtured this interest I had in history. And when I was about to finish school, I had sent her an email, I think, and she provided an introduction actually to the director of this museum, which was really uncommon. I was, this young person, and usually he met with like PhD candidates. So the fact that he met with me was really humbling and spoke to her, her kind of the level of esteem in which he held her. So ultimately, I joined the staff. I was an interpreter and educator. Monticello, you might know, is the home of our author of the Declaration of Independence, Thomas Jefferson, which is actually one of three things that he wanted to be known for on his tombstone, so to speak. It's a giant obelisk, which is the Washington Monument's an obelisk. It's an Egyptian form. He didn't want to be known as president for posterity. And maybe in your everyday life, though, who has cash or coins anymore, but you might know Monticello from the image on the nickel. So there's on one side, the reverse, the image of the west front of Monticello, which faces a beautiful green lawn, the west lawn. And the other side of the nickel is a profile from the side of Thomas Jefferson, of a bust of Jefferson by a French artist named Houdon. He sculpted George Washington and Benjamin Franklin and John Adams and a lot of Revolutionary War figures. So in any event, my favorite space in Monticello would be, as you started your tour, you'd walk up a brick path, up to the east front, which would not be, it's not iconic, it's not well known. And you'd walk onto a porch that was called the portico, which is a fancy Italian word for porch. Thomas Jefferson was a self-taught architect. You hear a lot about leaders, founding fathers, and they are complicated figures. Thomas Jefferson was a slave owner, which is a horrible thing to be, and is one of the complexities of his story. But taking that into consideration, he was also a man of, extraordinary accomplishment, of great intellect. He was someone that we have to continue to study, and it's important that we evaluate and we are critical of historic figures. So that's part of your goal, even as you're a student sitting in class and you're studying history. Come to your own conclusions. That's really important. That's important to have that critical mind. So when I was working at Monticello, there were a lot of sort of developments about, evaluating how we would sort of study Jefferson. But he was, at his core, a man that was deeply curious about the world. And I found that to be kind of a kindred spirit for me. So as you walked into his house, he had this incredible entry hall, which is the image you see on the right, with a clock that he designed, which is in the top middle section. I got to actually wind that clock standing up on a huge ladder a few times. There are lines, you might see dark lines on the wall on the right because there were ball bearings that dropped. And the top of each ball bearing would correspond with a day of the week. So he had a calendar that was in his house on his wall. I mean, that's like the Steve Jobs of the 19th century. He was very interested in how mechanical things could sort of improve his life, right? So this entry hall was to achieve one big goal, so that you were never wasting your time, because he might be an hour or even hours before he could really meet with you. So you would sit in one of these chairs or maybe walk around the hall and learn about natural history. There's a lot of skeletons, Native American history. There were artifacts. There were artworks. He had a small model of a pyramid. He had classical art, so that in this one room, because you could only travel 30 miles a day before the railroad. I mean, that if there's one mind-blowing fact, that might be it. 30 miles a day. So your worldview was probably your home state. You were fortunate to travel outside your home state, and you probably spent most of your life in your home county or surrounding area before the railroad. So this one room, this museum, could take you to Egypt or to Europe. And you would, never be leaving the house. So anyways, very powerful experience. It was inspired by what were called cabinets of curiosity in Europe, where royal, aristocrats would have a room that would include objects they had collected, like, bones and fossils and art, for example. So my next chapter, I decided I needed to go back to Washington, D.C. and be in a city again. And I'd heard about the United States Capitol opening a new visitor center, and thought, oh, well, maybe I can take advantage of this opportunity. So I was hired, and it was really my first time I really started to think of myself as a public servant. And I should have mentioned, I didn't really get into it, but these headings for each chapter: value your colleagues. I learned quite a bit from my colleagues. Think of your peers as teachers, because they may have a different perspective or a way of looking at a story or an object or an idea or something you've been thinking about. It's always good to bounce ideas off your peers, and they're incredibly valuable teachers. So working at the United States Capitol was the first time I thought of myself really as a public servant. that I could serve the communities that came into the Capitol to learn about their government. The United States Capitol is the home of Congress. It is where we also go to learn about our history, and it's where we go to pay our respects to leaders like the extraordinary Congressman John Lewis, whose image is on the right. We would have morning staff meetings, and one time, occasionally we'd have a member of Congress, or, we often had scholars, curators, people who took care of the art and architecture and history who come to speak with us. And Congressman Lewis came into the room, and there was, I can only say there was a goodness. There was a goodness that radiated from him, that this is a good, decent, kind person. That was the energy that he emitted. And I, never seen him in person. He was a legendary figure in our history. At the age of 23, he was the youngest person to have spoken in 1963 at the March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom, which is the famous march where Dr. King gave his "I Have a Dream" speech on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial. The reflecting pool, and it was one of the most powerful moments in our nation's history. Shows you the power of people and the power of your voice. And he was so young. He wrote to Dr. King as a teenager. He had become familiar with Dr. King's story, with Rosa Parks' story, and they were powerful experiences for him. They informed the direction that his life would take as a public servant. So when Congressman Lewis spoke to us, he made us feel valued. It's my belief that we thrive when we not only know our value, but people that have done extraordinary things with their lives also affirm that value in us. And he made us feel heard and seen and valued for the way that we served, standing often for those 8-hour days on that hard stone floor, sweating through our red polyester blazers. We wore these big red blazers. In the photograph on the left, you might see a couple people standing in red. Sorry, it's a little blurry, pixelated. But in any event, those are my colleagues standing in that great rotunda. And that is where he laid in state and was the first African-American man to lie in state in the rotunda. First African-American to lie in state in the rotunda. Your own Congressman Elijah Cummings, I'm sure you know his name. He died last year. He was a civil rights legend as well, younger by about 10 years. But he was the first African-American to lie in state, just not in the rotunda. It was in the House chamber. So anyways, this is where people like President Lincoln and President Kennedy have lain in state. So it's an honor reserved for just a few. Rosa Parks was the first woman of color to lie in honor. And that photograph is wonderful on the right, showing Dr. King, who was honored with this likeness in the 1980s. I don't think of the 1980s in many ways as that long ago. I was a child, but there was resistance even then to having a holiday name for him, an artwork to honor him. And we must never forget that there's haters gonna hate, that we have to fight that resistance, that we have, we never can rest on our laurels. I, as a proud gay man, was able to marry the love of my life in 2019 because of Congressman Lewis's belief that we were all deserving of love, and that love is love, and that equality can only be achieved when we recognize that people have that level opportunity that everyone can, realize that opportunity. One last image, just a little bit of silliness at the end. The photograph on the left is of my husband, Brian, and I. Almost too much good looking, right? Illegal amounts. Kidding. But that's us at this amazing place, Red Rock Canyon in Nevada. And travel is a big way that you can stretch your mind. I would encourage you to always stretch your mind, and that you always continue to learn. And by learning, you'll be growing. And make sure you have a little fun along the way. So
thank you, Mr. Brandon. This was amazing. We just need your jewel, like 5 seconds.
I'd say my jewel is something that a friend from college would always put at the end of her email. A mind is a terrible thing to waste. So make sure that you're always learning and growing, and find people that will nurture that love of learning along the way.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Brandon. We appreciate you more than you know. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You bet. See you all
We'll
in a
see
few
you later.
minutes. Bye.
All right, y'all. Y'all know what time it is. Go ahead and take your break. We'll see y'all back here in a few at 12 o'clock with Miss Money Mo. And don't forget that today is the day. Today is Monday. So Miss Money Mo's session is cut short for today only, just so that you guys can kind of regroup and do your check-ins with your mentors. So they'll be telling you guys where to go. But we'll be back here at noon with Miss Money Mo. Hey, y'all. We are back. We are back. Man, listen, we got to show our own some love, y'all. Did boss man, Mr. Brandon, not come through for us? Man, thank you, thank you, thank you so much for blessing us today, Mr. Brandon. It was beautiful. It was amazing. Yo, we got to get our favorite on here, y'all, because we literally only got about 20 minutes. No, not literally, literally. We literally only have about 20 minutes. Hey, yo, Desire said I'm late. Baby, I ain't never late, yo. I click it right on the dot. Miss Money Mo.
Hey, y'all.
What's up? Hey, yo, John trying to say I'm late too. Yo, I ain't never, ever late, yo. I'm trying to tell you, I got the clock right here. I click it right on the dot, yo.
Listen, if you a millisecond.
I'm like team, you never gonna catch me slipping. Like, yo, no, yo.
Sony's very punctual, yo. Like very punctual.
Very punctual, yo.
It's me that I gotta watch out.
I ain't gonna say, girl, you was like 30 seconds late. No, you know what? That might be because of the delay.
Yeah.
Because it is a small delay. So like what I'm saying right now, y'all not gonna hear it until like 15 seconds after I've already said it and already moved on to something else. See? Y'all still listening. We done moved on talking about something else. What's up, Miss Money Mo?
Happy Monday. How you feeling?
Happy Monday, y'all. I'm good.
Put that down.
I'm good.
Nope.
You got the graduation plans in full effect?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, so you ain't doing graduation right now?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, okay.
I don't know that. I don't know that day. I don't know the last day. I don't know.
I'm about to pick all these laptops up and just throw them across the room, yo. Yo, graduation they say, yo.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Wow.
Okay, y'all. Yeah, graduations, plans, yes. Oh, they're happening. Great, lovely. 9 days left, all that. Okay.
Yes, great. That's why the tumbleweed's leaning on the side right there, because it's about time to be out of here.
It's not. You know, normally it's right on command. As soon as I come in, you already saying something. You in the middle of saying something about my background, about something.
I love the tumbleweed.
I'm proud of you. You waited 2 minutes to say something.
I love the tumbleweed, yo. The little candle lit today and everything. What's that, vanilla? I love it.
It is vanilla. Yeah, this one is vanilla. And this one is teak wood or something.
Yeah. We got people on the door. Should we let these people in? We literally only have about 20 minutes, yo, before we gotta let the people go and do their check-ins.
Yeah, let them in. Let them in.
Let's let them in. Yo, Amaya said I'd be too excited about the end. No, not really.
I mean, you're a little excited.
I'm just saying, somebody gotta keep us accountable.
We already know we can count. Y'all can count. Let us know in the comments if you can count. 1.
Hey, yo.
2.
Charles.
What's up, Miss Joni?
How you doing? Hey, yo. I was rolling when you want to say you want 12 kids. The only reason I didn't lean on you because you cleaned it up and said you want to make sure you could take care of them because none of your babies be on my tax dollars. I'm just putting it out there.
That's that whole part. I missed that part. When did you say that?
12 kids.
Yo, he said that in the first session, y'all. When they would talk about parent situation and stuff like that, this man gonna say, I want 12 kids. Like, yo, you want a whole football team, y'all? They gonna have the nerve to say they better be cute. I'm like, I just can't.
You gonna have at least, you know what, let me shut up for my kids come out looking crooked. I was gonna say they can't all be gorgeous. They can't all be gorgeous.
All I know is he better make sure they ain't on my tax dollar. That's all I know, because I'm gonna have something to say if they are.
Oh my God.
I'm not rich.
No, Charles, I get it, Charles, because I used to want, I think it was 9 or 10. Yeah, I get it.
Say the Dawn, what's up? Welcome back.
Hey. But then I realized how much kids cost, and I was like, wow, that's not gonna work. Hey.
Hey. I
Welcome
want
back.
a lot of kids too.
What'd you say?
I want a lot of kids too.
How many you want?
At least about 5.
Don't have them on my tax dollar, yo. That's all I'm saying.
I got a lot of siblings though, so like it's gonna be a lot of grandkids.
Okay, 5 is not bad. 5 is a good number because I would do about 5. I would do a 5. I wouldn't do a 12, but I would.
I do it. Hey,
I'm holding y'all accountable. It better be by the same girl. Yo, look at his face. I'm done. I'm done. But what we doing today, yo? This whole session about to go left. Yo.
Why did you?
Bye, y'all.
Why would you ever look like that when she's?
Bye, y'all.
I was
Bye.
comments. I was reading the comments. Oh my! What happened?
But you didn't even answer the question. You was just, I mean, she didn't ask you a question, but you didn't even respond. You were just like,
oh, he answered. What did we say? Communication, only 10% is verbal.
Yeah, I know. Like that's what I was doing what he did. He just looked like,
yo, no, he did to the side. We don't want all these baby mothers, yo. Bye.
Can you imagine someone pushing out 12 kids?
Exact. I'm like, ooh, I feel that. I feel that all up in my.
Could you imagine 12 kids?
I was thinking about it when I said it, but I was like, just had to go through those 12 years pushing out 12 kids.
That is torture.
Don't tell nobody that. You better not tell nobody that, because you don't gotta push out nothing.
Imagine having 12 back to back.
I mean,
like as soon as you push out one, you get pregnant again.
I mean, I had my kids for 15 years, so she only gonna have them for 12. So,
sir, but you don't have to push them things out.
I'm joking.
Or get your stomach cut up.
Yeah, I know. I wouldn't tell nobody like you gotta do this.
You can't tell nobody nothing. Cause let me tell you right now, I would be like,
Nobody gonna want to push out all 12 of them.
Right. I probably get 4.
Okay, y'all. Okay, I'm sorry. We all
get your boys. Get your boys.
Nah, I was about to change the whole. We about to change the whole topic, y'all, because we only got like 15 minutes, low key. But all right. Okay, the question. Your uncle got 20 kids. Somebody said their uncle got 20 kids.
Are they adopted?
20?
Rolling Stone.
Wherever he laid his hat was his home.
He be getting busy.
Okay. The question. All right, y'all. You can have the opportunity to get $100 million, right? You have to. Why everybody's face changed? You
no,
have
because my mother had texted me.
Oh no, it was because I said $100 million. You had the opportunity to get $100 million, but you have to sing or rap all of the words to one song. Which song are you picking? Put it
Meek
in
Mill's Dreams and Nightmares.
Any Young Boy song.
Any Young Boy.
Any you pick, any song. I know all of them.
You're a writer.
Yes, sir.
What?
I say Meek Mill Dreams and Nightmares. I know that song like the back of my hand.
Everybody does.
Exactly. That's
everybody know that song. Pick one, Charles. Pick one.
That pick 38, baby.
Death and Claim.
What is that? How does that go?
Oh my.
Like
God, come and take me off the side.
Okay, that's enough. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's enough. Miss Joni, please save this. Which song are you picking?
It was all a dream. I used to read Word Up magazine. Salt, pepper, everything up in a limousine.
Okay, so y'all know Miss Joni's song.
What's your song?
Huh?
What's your song?
Weak by SWV.
Who's?
I don't even know who that is.
I'm like, am I uncultured or is this like somebody?
Yeah, I'm confused.
Huh? You don't know who that is?
Not at all.
You don't know who that one person is or who that group is? Is it a
I
group
don't know.
or one person?
I don't know what it is.
Oh, God bless. Okay, it's a group.
Who?
From the 90s or is it like a recent?
Yeah.
See, they before I was thought about.
Okay, so everybody's assignment is to go listen to that song after you get check-in during your lunch break. Thank you so much.
What was the name of it?
Week.
Week, like as in like a week or your week?
Week as in WEAK.
By who?
SW. All right. Okay. That's all right, y'all. That's all right. Stick over here. Y'all gonna learn some new stuff. Okay, not young boy stuff. All right. See you again. Tyler the Creator. Dante said, Tyler the Creator scares me. Like as a person.
How does he scare you?
Huh?
How does he scare you?
I don't know. I feel like it's a story there, but we don't really have time for that.
Made where he ate a roach, and like what was it, Yonkers? I think. I don't know if I'm the only one that know that he ate a roach though, and then it was him throwing up, and I'm like, oh, what is this? And my cousin showed me like a long time ago, and I was like, oh no, never watching that again.
Ooh, y'all made me say.
You know a famous person that should. You know a famous person that should get locked up right now? Peaches.
Who is that?
Y'all know who Peaches is?
No.
Look up Peaches.
I don't think I want to look up Peaches because that sounds like something we should
look up. Lovely Peaches, Miss Joni, right now, and you're gonna see something.
That sounds like something we should not be looking at.
You shouldn't, but it's.
We shouldn't look it up.
It's education.
Peaches sound like a lady of the night name.
Lovely Peaches.
It ain't nothing like that. It ain't nothing like that. But she do.
Yes, her.
Stuff. She do a lot of weird stuff.
She eat. Do you eat? She.
No, that's a no.
She posted that she was molesting her biological child.
No. All right. Nope. We going back to the songs.
She should be in jail. She make music. She a singer. She got like a million followers. I think more than 1 million, probably. Peaches is disgusting.
You know what? This session is just taking a turn. So I just feel like we need to talk about popular culture and what y'all are consuming at this point. Because why are we watching some lady eat feces? That's nasty.
Gosh.
What other stuff? Yeah. So we listening to Young Boy. We watching a lady named Peaches eat inappropriate stuff. What else are we doing?
They probably shut us down.
This generation is canceled.
Why is it canceled? Tell us about it.
This generation is awful. Look, you just explained it. Everybody is I can't say the word on this live. Everybody is a writer off Young Boy. Don't get me wrong. He is up top, but y'all be
rap would ever come out, bro. Young Boy, best rap would ever come out. Y'all be smacking. Eras of favorite rappers. Young Boy just the greatest of all time.
Y'all just
see what happened when you get 2 new heartbeats on and you don't have an OG heartbeat to regulate this crack. You see what happened?
Listen, hold on. But no, this is the conversation. Huh?
It's that new heartbeat stuff, y'all. Where's the OG heartbeat? Why didn't the OG come on here to
They've been on like 3 sessions at this point. It's time to fly away. It's time to be your own. It's time to hold your own. I thought that it was time. They've been on 3 sessions in a row. Especially this man. He been on every session since like Wednesday. Okay, all right, y'all.
So can we get to
the questions then gone away. Okay.
Can we get to a topic?
Yes, we can get to the topic for the next 10 minutes. Okay.
Next caller, please.
Oh, okay. We're supposed to be talking about friendships. That's what we're
Before you-
supposed to be talking about. And we're supposed to be talking about different types of friendships. So Tay, go ahead and just break it down for us, the types of friendships that you think that there are.
So who got the comments?
I got
Got you.
comments.
All right, so like it's a question. Do y'all think y'all day ones is y'all longest friendship? And I can like give some examples of why like your day ones aren't the people you know for the longest. Cause like I know Charles for like since elementary. So yeah, he's a day one, but I can know like somebody from like 7th grade and they've been sticking with me throughout 7th grade. I might not know them as long, but they've been with me ever since we met each other. That's the definition of a day one, someone who's been down since day one. So that's not that's not basically your longest friendship. That's just someone who's been rocking with you since day one.
Like you saying, like somebody that you knew for a long time, and then somebody that's been rocking with you since you first met them. That's what you trying to say, like that?
Yeah, like your day ones can be people that you known for the longest, but see, like I call you my day one, and I call somebody else from like middle school my day one. I knew you like years long before I knew them, but we still like close, like we knew each other for a long time. So that's still basically someone who's been there since day one. Might not have been there since like day one since I was born, but day one since I met them, they've been committed like with me. That's basically what day one is.
Got you. So Kaya said my day one is who been real the whole way through, who I known for the longest. And then let me see. Lamar said just because you know someone for a long time doesn't mean they're your day one. So I remember when Tay was trying to Tay was explaining this to me, and I was like, what do you mean your day one is not the one that you've known the longest? And so, I mean, you kind of explained it just now, but he was explaining, so explain to everybody kind of what the buckets, the types of friendships that you were explaining to me.
And there's like certain friendships are just, they're not really friendships, they're associates. Like certain people are just there just to be there. Like they basically like connections. Certain people are just not your people that you hang with on a daily, but the people that you work with. Like say I hang with my homeboys, we just be chilling outside. That's just the person to chill with, have some fun. Then I go hang with someone else. They are just the work with to build ourselves into making a better social standing or making more money with them. It's just certain people that you should bring into your life. It's just like basically saying like it's certain relationships that do certain things. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay. Charles, what do you think?
Oh, I was reading the comments. And like John said, he said a day one is someone who never switched up on you since you first met. So I agree with him, like what he's saying.
That's what I said.
I know that's what you said. That's what I was trying. She's like explain, or you just explained, but yeah, I was saying I agree.
Okay. All right. So why do y'all think that it's hard to like maintain these kind of relationships?
Because people are weirdos. They not like a actual, but they people who like to switch up when other people come around. They like to that's one of them. They just do a lot of stuff. They like to talk about you behind your back, and I don't know. Once somebody start acting weird, I just block them. And then if I see them, I mean, they ain't gonna say nothing to my face. So it's like, what you want? Get away, weirdo.
It's not like hard to keep a friendship. It's basically like certain people are just hang around you just to be around you, just cause you known, just cause they could probably say, oh yeah, I know him. And yeah, like if you know somebody of like a higher standing, like, oh, are you gonna get up there? Certain people just hang with you just because of your social standing, like maybe your popularity, but people are hang with you just to go hang with your opposition, just to hang with you and be like, oh, all right, yeah, I can get at him by doing this. Certain people will hang with you just to set you up. Certain people will hang with you just to get a drop on you. Like certain people, it's just, oh yeah, you can hang with me now, but when me and you leave, you go hang with people and talk about me, go tell my business, go make sure somebody else know exactly where I'm at. It's just certain, they're the relationships that are snakes, the people you gotta watch. Like, yeah, they play the 50, you can just, you notice it and you're just sitting there just waiting for something to happen, but you already know what's going on. So it's basically, they don't got the drive and you already on to everything.
Got you. So quickly. What has that happened to either of you before? And like how did you handle it?
Sometimes I'll be like, people, I got some friends that's cool. Sometimes I'll be like sometimes we in school and then people just be saying weird stuff. Like, I mean, not to me directly because, but they, sometimes you would see it in a group chat, people be like, oh, but all my friends, they cool. Like friends I know from Murphy, they we all play with each other. Like they said to your face. Nobody really be talking about somebody behind their back. Like we just be playing a lot. But some people do be like, we be in a PlayStation party, they just be like, oh, he this, oh, he that. And then I'm like, bro, you weird talking about that man behind his back. Like, I don't like people like that. Like, just say it to their face. You're gonna be a little girl about it.
And there's certain people, it's just like, I just had a running with it, like a person like this. Like, say you get in, say like you with your friend and you get into an altercation with their friend or something. So like, it was just basically like I was fighting for somebody who wasn't even on my side. Like I would like that person say something about me to one of my people, and all they do is just entertain it and just laugh. And I found a problem with it, so I cut that off. And they got mad because I cut it off, and they try to make an excuse for why I'm doing what I'm doing. It's just like, I'm not really fighting for no one who ain't on my side. I'm not really defend nobody who ain't defending me or can't have my back when I'm not even around. So it's basically like me hanging with you. You're basically making me a target. So because if they know where you at, they know where I'm at.
You talking about fighting or like argument fighting?
I'm just talking about in general. Like it was somebody that I was hanging around that could have went left if I kept hanging around.
Right.
I cut him off.
Yeah,
I'm not
like college gonna be like, oh, he was fighting, especially not in school. And be like, oh, he was fighting. He gonna be fighting at my college and stuff. I'm like, no, sir. Tripping.
Yeah, any altercations that I had, I kept away from school. And I kept away from the internet. That's what a lot of people like to do nowadays, and I don't like it. People take everything to the internet. Not saying like females in general, but like it's something called a Finsta. Y'all know what a Finsta is?
Yeah.
Like females take everything to that Finsta. Like say, like I don't like that. It's just a Finsta is supposed to be for fun, entertainment, not to go out there, oh yeah, talk about somebody. Nah, it's just why y'all taking everything to the internet, everything not meant for the internet. See, me and Charles start fussing. And if he take our disagreement to Instagram and get to fuss with me through Instagram, me and him can no longer be cool. Like say we get to fuss, we fight, have a physical altercation. Yeah, we can be cool again. Me and him fought before, we're still cool. But if he take our beef to the internet and let everybody see and get into our agreement, I can no longer be cool with him because me hanging with him is just like, hey, you want to take it to the internet and let everybody know that we're fussing. Then if we start being cool, everybody will be like, oh, they some chumps. They was just fighting. Now they want to be cool again. They some this and that. I'm like, I'm not hanging with nobody who take everything to the internet because everything is not meant for the internet.
Right, and it don't be just the females doing it. It be some guys.
It be boys.
And
like the boy.
Like you going on that Instagram story talking about, oh, I'm not doing none of this, I'm not doing none of that, and then oh, Sarah said this about me, or Quante said this, and I'm like, bro, how you telling all your business? Like, if you need help, go talk to your parents or a counselor. Like, don't be telling everybody. Then it'd be like, and a lot of people do this. It'd be a lot of YouTubers doing it too. They'd be like, oh, me and Chris just broke up, and then they'd be like, why are y'all all in my business? Like, you said it, so you the one that told us. So of course people are gonna be in your business. Like, come on now. Like, you
It
put all
definitely,
your stuff and you expect people not to react. Like, come on now. That is
it
you.
definitely do be boys too, cause I got into it with this. I ain't gonna do no name dropping or nothing. I got into it with somebody, and then it was straight posted on his Insta snap just for everybody to see. You'll get a texting this girl just for everybody. I'm saying, like, bro, that is what you think. You look tough over the Instagram. So I'm like, I'm not even gonna get into it with you, because if I do something to you, then everybody gonna know I did it because you put it on Instagram. So it's like, I'm not really fussed with nobody who just want to do everything for Instagram, because if something happens, Instagram is gonna know, everybody gonna know. It's just you. That's basically being a chump, because that's basically like ratting. You basically telling your business just to say, oh yeah, I'm fussing with Tay right now. If anything happened to me, Tay did it because me and him fussing. That's basically like, I don't like it. I don't
Right.
like taking beef to the internet.
Right. And I was excuse me. So I was on this girl Instagram live, right? And then she was low key like suicidal. I mean, I don't she needed help. She used to cut her wrist in 6th grade. And then she said it was a whole bunch of people telling her to go kill herself. And then she said, I told her to go kill herself. And I never said that, like, in my life. Never told anybody to go kill her. I'd say that to my cousins, but we just be fine. But I never told nobody to go do that. Like, that's not cool at all. I never told nobody to go slit their wrist, go do none of that. So when I got real mad and I got defensive, and then this dude that I knew, he went to my middle school, and then he was saying all types of stuff. And then he was acting mad weird, like, oh, I ain't saying all this stuff over Instagram. And then I saw him because I gotta take 2 buses to get to Mervo from where I live at. So I was on the Navy, and then he was saying, he ain't say nothing. He just looked at me, and then he didn't want to look at me during the ride. And I was like, come on now, you, like, that's some weirdo stuff. Saying all that stuff over Instagram, and like come on now, that's just some weirdo stuff. And then I don't know. It was people that was saying that, telling her to do that though, man.
Yeah, man. Y'all have just everybody, like, be careful what you post on the internet. Be careful what you say to people, because people are really just out here doing each other like rhyming. Like, that's unacceptable. That's unacceptable. Okay, y'all. So we're gonna wrap it up for today with our jewels. My jewel is, be careful who you pretend to be. Whoever that person is that you think it is, just be careful how you portray yourself. Tay?
You don't need nobody to live your life. You don't need friends. You can do everything by yourself. Friends are an option.
Thank you, Tay. Charles?
My joke would be, don't force yourself on a nobody. Don't go out here like, oh, I want to be popular, because it's overrated. You want to have all these friends that's fake. You want to have all these fake friends, like just a whole bunch of snakes. So my joke would be it's like a metaphor, but like, keep your grass cut. Look out for the snakes in the grass. Like, don't be hanging around all these fake people. Keep it 100.
Thank y'all. All right, we gotta get out of here.
Thank you. I know, y'all. After that ghetto start, y'all definitely made up for it. So thank you.
It's always a little bit.
I know, just a little bit. This went by too fast though. But thank you guys so much. This was amazing. Miss Moneymo tomorrow.
For y'all who don't know where you're going for check-in, I'm about to drop the link in the comments.
Bet. All right. Do we know who leading that? Because I don't know.
Yeah, we know.
Oh, all right. So I guess we're gonna figure it out, yo.
It's me, y'all. So just go ahead. So just go ahead and click on it. That's where you going.
All right, that's what's up. Thank you so much. Thank you, Charles. Thank you, Tater Dawn.
All
See you,
right.
Miss Money Mo.
See y'all.
All right, y'all. That was too fast, man, but it was good. So look, this is your time to do your check-ins with your team. So your mentors should have given you the link or given you directions or whatever the case may be for you to be able to link with them. Use this time wisely, y'all. Do your check-ins. Talk about the things you like. Talk about the things you don't like. Talk about the things that you want to do, the things you want to see more of. All those type of things are important. If you are a part of team entanglement, it's August. Y'all thriving. Miss Money Mo already said it. She's gonna drop the link in the chat. So team entanglement, that is your check-in situation. So everybody else should be good though. And then after your check-in, you know what to do. You're taking your break, you're taking your lunch, and then we're gonna be back here for our last session starting at 2 o'clock. All right, y'all. Y'all have a great, great check-in. I'll see y'all back here at 2 o'clock. Hey, y'all. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Hey, I hope somebody had a good lunch. I hope somebody had a good check-in today. Y'all, we on our last session for this Good Monday. Yo, did this time not go by super fast? Hey, what's up, Cam? What's up, DGO? Yo, we are back. Hey, Mr. Brandon, the boss. What's up, man? Thank you for that fire session. Hey, Naeem. What's up? Hey, Andre. Hey, Daniel. Hey, Wiz. Hey, Taylor. Hey, Jemiah. Miss Caitlin.
Yes.
What's up?
How's it going?
It's going great. Hey, yo, is that an exclusive?
Oh, you know it is.
Yo.
Look at it. Look at its rainbow.
Okay, Q. That's hard.
Isn't it so cool?
It is nice. Oh my God. Hey, yo, if y'all don't have y'all exclusive apparel, y'all slipping.
It's so good. It's so good.
I love it. How you feeling?
I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. How's the day been so far?
Man, it's been great. We got 9 more days, Miss Caitlin. The countdown is real.
Oh my gosh.
The countdown is real.
We can't talk about that yet. Can't talk about that yet.
Yo, next Friday we graduating.
I
can't believe it either.
Who took Miss Simone's place this morning?
Well, Miss Simone, they delayed a little bit because of the tropical storm that's coming. But Journal J is taking Miss Simone's place, and she actually led today since she was planning on it. So she did a great job.
Whoa, that's awesome. That's so good.
Yeah, she did an amazing job. Yeah.
Cool. Well, we got 2 people coming on today that I am so excited for. Are they knocking at the door yet?
Let's see. Yeah, they knocking. Let me see what they talking about. This is crazy. Trackstar.
Trackstar. Good to see you. Yeah.
What's up? Baby Barack.
God, I love it. I love to see both
not
of
with
you.
the cold trash bag on the banister though, yo. I cannot.
Are you sitting on the ground, John?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. It's a good spot.
Good spot.
Sweet. Okay, well, let's jump right into it, and I will do my math lesson where we turn our brains on. And actually, because everyone's been complaining, I have no numbers in this one. You'll see. It's still the same concept. We're looking for patterns, but there's no math. So let me share my screen.
The math one's been helping to get me sharp though.
This will help too, I promise. It's the same concept. You got to look for patterns. So can you see it?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Okay, so this time what we're looking for is why doesn't the one in red, why doesn't it belong with all of the other 3?
Well, okay, so it doesn't belong because it's not it's not food. Well, the best was not food, so.
Yes, good. Okay, so that's the first one. Starting you off easy. It's not food. So this one is not edible. So edible means that you can eat it, right? So this one is not edible because it's a basketball, right? Compared to the cookie, the cake, and the brownie. Okay. Yes, Trent in the comments is saying, is that a basketball? Yes, it's a basketball. Okay, good. So let's move on to the next one. This one. We got the cookie versus the rest of them.
Well, for some reason I want to say it's the only one that's pink because the basketball looks brown but it's actually orange.
Some basketballs can be brown. Yeah, you got it. So the rest of them, they look brown. They look around the same color. But this one is, I think I actually wrote the wrong thing. Oh, it's not chocolate, but it's not brown, I should have said. Not brown.
That is not chocolate.
The basketball is also not chocolate. Good. All right, I see people keeping up with us. I love it. Believe it or not, I'm tricking you into activating that math part of your brain. I love it. Okay, next one. This one, the brownie.
Is it? I don't. Hold on.
I can't lie. I have absolutely no idea.
Okay. You're gonna get this, I promise. So we got a basketball, a cookie, a cake, and a brownie. What do other people think?
Since it's a brownie, it only could be one flavor. So is that the possible thing?
Okay. Brownies, because they're generally just chocolate. That's not what I came up with, but that's a good thought. What's another one? It's more obvious. You're gonna be kicking yourself.
A ball, a cookie, and a cake.
It's square.
Yeah, and I think Maya got it. Maya Brooks in the comments got it. It's not round, it's square, right? All the rest of them are either, what is it called? A sphere, or they are a circle. Great, so the brownie is a square. Okay, y'all, this next one, I don't know the answer to this one. So this one, you're gonna have to help me figure out. So I seriously sat here thinking about what is different about the cake versus all the rest of them, because it's round like the ball and the cookie, and it's also brown.
Oh, is it the only one that has words on it?
Oh, I didn't even think of that. Yeah, that's a really, really good point. Oh, I love that. Yeah, okay, so it has words on it. Can we think of any other ones? Chocolate looks like a Reese's cup. Sphere has, oh, Simone in the comments said it has layers. That's a really good point. None of the other ones do have layers. Yeah, I love that. Cool. All right, any others that we can think of? No? All right, cool.
Dang, Miss Caitlin, today wasn't even bad. Like,
all right, congratulations. I tricked you into doing math with food. All right, so today, Zion and John are here to talk to us about something so amazing that I'm super, super excited for. John, do you want me to start sharing the PowerPoint, or do you want to introduce it first?
well, I'll introduce it. So, today we're gonna be talking about fighting expectations, which basically means like just not going by the book at all, like not doing what somebody expects of you to do, and that can include like friends, teachers, anybody that's close to you that expects something certain out of you, like just doing the complete opposite or just like defying their expectation.
Yeah, great. Zion, do you have anything else to add before I start sharing the PowerPoint?
And also, like, I think it's going to also go off of integrity of like acting the way you do around certain people. So yeah.
Great. Okay, I will share. Give me 1 second. Okay, let me do this so that I don't have to do the whole thing. Okay, can you see it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. I'm not gonna make it full screen just because I want to be able to see the comments at the same time on my computer. So is this good enough? Is it big enough for us?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. All right, so fighting expectations, I'll just go to the next slide and you can start us off.
Hey, so our icebreaker for the day is, who is one of your biggest role models and why? Well, I have two of them. The first one, first and foremost, is my grandmother. Like, just like, I feel like she set the stage for so much of what I do now. She's like I feel like it's what she does is like a part of me, and I feel like I have to do it sometimes, like just because she can't. And yeah, the second one is Miss Joni Hollifield. Yeah, she I mean, everybody needs something to know what Miss Joni does. Opportunities, HeartSmiles every day during the week. you know, just dealing with all of us when our heart beats and heart aches. Brooke smiles, heart smiles, she loves all of us. So yeah, that's those are my two role models.
I'm gonna have to say my mother and also Miss Joni and Miss Morgan too, cause like they just, you know how you just want to like they just said like you can always get through something. Like you can be going through anything, and definitely with my mother, she can be going through anything, and she's still gonna get through it and make sure she providing for me and my sisters and my nephew too. So just like they just teach me how to overcome stuff and not making an excuse on why I can't do it, and they just motivate me. Like Miss Joni Jules or Miss Morgan just talking to you. Period. Like it just like you can keep going and things like that.
I'd have to say one of my biggest role models is my older sister. She's 5 years older than I am, and she lives in Colorado, so I don't get to see her that often. But it's like she's the type of person that if anyone has a problem or anything, she's always there for you, and she's the person I always call if I have a question or if I just need like emotional support or anything like that. And I know that she will always pick up the phone. And she's just cool. She's just way cooler than I am. So I just look up to her for that.
Miss Joni.
Y'all can't be sitting up here playing with my icebox like this. Off guard. Thank y'all so much. I would absolutely, without a doubt, have to say my mom. Like, just thinking about my life from 0 to now, my mom has always been like that constant role model, somebody I can always look up to, somebody I can always trust, and just somebody who, for me, models what it means to be kind, compassionate, but yet still hard at going after your goals and helping other people and just being the light that you want to see in this world.
Yeah, that's tough. I'm gonna read some of these comments. I see a lot of people saying their parents. Yep. Donovan says my parents. Maya says my mother in all caps. Mackenzie says my older sister. Elizabeth says my mother because I can come to her about anything. Tiara says my biggest role model would be my mom. Donovan said Tupac because he inspired me. His music inspired me and he taught me a lot. I definitely agree with that. The J Show said my mother, she's the strongest woman I ever met. Bree said her grandmother. Cam said both of my parents, they're entrepreneurs and they're really strong people. I definitely have to agree about my parents too. Trent says Miss Joni, and I don't want to say this wrong, but Damien something. Yeah, and I just see a lot more people just saying like their parents and grandparents. So yeah, it's always good to have somebody that inspires you.
It's also people in the chat saying they don't have one. You should try to look for something. So if you don't have one, I'm not saying you don't really have nothing positive in your life, but you don't have a role model. That means you need to like evaluate yourself, because it should always be at least one person in your life that wants you to do better or motivates you to do better. So you should like evaluate and see like, do I want better for myself? Because it should always be somebody everybody in your corner should want better for themselves, because if nobody in your corner don't want better for themselves, that means they shouldn't be with you, because they just bringing you down. So should evaluate of who you hang with.
I would also say that it doesn't have to be someone that's older than you, right? A lot of us are saying like our parents or our older siblings or things like that, people that are older, but a role model could be your best friend. Like maybe your best friend has attributes that you really look up to and you like to be like them or like to be with them. That could be a role model for you. Or even like a younger sibling, right? If they have a lot of energy and they're always like going at life, that could be a role model for you.
Yeah, I think everybody can agree though. Like if you had them, like older siblings are just always seem more cool, especially when you're young. Yeah. Okay, so before we start talking about everything, I just want to let everybody know you are enough, no matter what you do. Um, as long as you're not doing nothing illegal and nothing just wrong, like I think that everybody is just capable enough to be themselves, and the only one who can let you do that is yourself. So don't let anybody tell you that you're not enough, not your parents, not your friends, not anybody around you. Don't even let social media tell you that you're not it, because you are and you always will be. So I just wanted to make that known since we're talking about expectations. All right. First, oh my bad, Zion. This is just like.
Okay, so first, I just said we're gonna go on to parents about the expectations. So I'm just read off what's the slide and stuff, and then we can explain later. Okay, so it says some parents will try to pressure you into being a certain way or doing something because they never got the chance to. For example, for daughters that is like being in beauty pageants, being a model, wearing dresses, makeup, and stuff like that. And then for sons, it's like going out for sports teams like football, basketball, baseball, the common sports, and then being immune to crying or showing emotion. So, I want to personally, I want to do never got the chance to. So my parents, they say a lot like, oh, I do this for you because my parents was never able to do this for me, or I'm pushing you to be harder because my parents didn't do this for me, and I know where that got me to. So I just feel like sometimes parents can get over ahead of themselves and realize that they're pushing you too hard because of what their parents didn't do. So I feel like sometimes you have to want, like I told this to somebody yesterday, you have to want better for yourself. So like your parents can't make every decision for you. So you can't be like, oh well, my dad played basketball, so I'm gonna play basketball right after him because that's the only way he gonna say he proud of me. No, do what you actually love. I forgot the lady name, but she was on Success Sessions, and she was saying how she all her family was full of doctors, or that's the regular culture, but when she did actually something she loved, she was happy. So do something actually love. You can't please everybody because at the end of the day it's your life.
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to connect off of that a little bit. I just want to say, like, for the whole parent aspect, they do things a lot because they want you to at least try. And that's something that I learned like way after. I thought my mother was just trying to, like just do stuff just because like she never got the chance to, and she never really saw her brother do that kind of stuff. But like I would say for everybody, like at least try. Like always try something new. Even if you're like now, if your parents are trying to force it onto you, like that's when it becomes an issue because you've already let them know like this is definitely something that I don't want to do. But I would say on the child side too, like at least be open, at least at first. And then after you try it and you don't like it, you can absolutely say like I don't like this. Stop trying to, like I have my own thing to do, and let your parents know that too. Like let them know that you have found your own way. Let them know that you have found something that you like to do. Let them know, and then like from there, just keep pushing.
Yeah, about the try thing, and have an open mind. You always have to have an open mind because at the end of the day, you don't know if you're gonna like it or not if you didn't try it. So like John was saying, try. Cause my mother wanted me to play soccer. I didn't like it, but I didn't know because I didn't really try. So if you try and have an open mind, like, okay, let me try this out. If I don't like it, mom, dad, I don't like this. I want to do something else.
Something that I want to add really quick is we're talking here on this slide about daughters and sons, which is inherently like a male and female thing, right? Men and women. But remembering that like some of the young people out there are also trans. And so you don't fit in either of these categories. And sometimes parents try to make you fit in one of those categories that you don't fit in. And so I would say in that situation, you don't have to have an open mind about that. Although about the other things, I do agree that you do. But in this case, like if you don't fit into one of those categories and your parent is or your guardian is trying to make you fit, like be your own person. You don't have to fit into one of those.
Yeah, well, I kind of just wanted to expand off that just a little bit. Like I just like I know that I know that one of my uncle's kids are actually trans, and like he never like I don't know their whole background, but from what I saw, he didn't really try to push. Well, I don't know what he goes by, but like he was biologically a son at first. So like from what I see, he doesn't really try to push him to be on either side. He just lets them be themselves, and that's something that I really admire. Like we all have to like even the people in the comments, we're all really young, but chances are maybe 9 out of 10 of us are going to have children one day, and we have to be like kind of open to the fact that they're not going to be ideally what we think they should be. Like they might turn out, I don't know, like LGBT, or they might, or like I might have a girl who likes to do sports, who's athletics. I might have a son who likes to, I don't know, do fashion. I don't know, but like we have to be open to the fact that they're not going to be ideally who we want them to be, and that they're going to be and grow into their own person. Like you in the stomach for 9 months, but after that you on your own. So yeah, I would just say like just be open to the fact like they're going to be their own person. There's absolutely nothing you can do about it. No matter how much you try to shelter them from stuff or expose them to stuff.
Yeah, like I feel like sometimes it's a stereotypical typical thing, like, oh, I have to do this to my, like, I'm just saying, like, from my family on the boys' perspective, I had to do this when they're younger so they won't come out as feminine, stuff like that. At the end of the day, it don't matter if they're like how they, you know, how they are, like they're still children, they're still people. You have to accept them for who they are. Definitely if that's your child, you're gonna have to accept them at the end of the day. No, like I don't, sometimes I feel like their belief, some parents' beliefs and stuff get in the way of them actually accepting their child, and it shouldn't be like that.
Any other thoughts, or should I move on to the next one?
Next one.
Cool. Talking about friends now.
Okay, so friends' expectations. All right. They'll ask you if you're okay, expecting the answer to always be yes, but it's almost never prepared to hear the opposite, and it ends up clueless or how to handle the situations. Friends will talk behind your back because of the peer pressure and expect you to be just as open with them in the future. Friends will expect you to do everything together, and if you say no, then you're being fake and you aren't being a good friend. This is so relatable to what's going on in my life right now. Oh my gosh. Okay. So about the expecting the yes. Sometimes people ask you okay just to say, "Oh, I was always there for you," or "Nobody else was there for you as much as I can, as much as I would." That's not how it's supposed to be. If you're my friend, we're supposed to check up on each other. I'm not going to always check up on you if you never check up on me. And then the thing about it is, sometimes they just be asking you, "Are you okay?" so they can pour out on their own. You can be like, "No, I'm not okay," and be like, "Oh, well, I'm not okay either." Did that? Wait, you checked up on me. You get your time, but I'm clearly trusting you with something right now. So let's wait, pause, and then talk behind your back. Oh my gosh, talk. Just don't be the friend. Just don't be my friend if you're gonna talk about me. Like, it's so disgusting and miserable. Like, just stay away from me. Like, you're going to talk about people, period. Just stay away from me, because that is so miserable for you to sit up there like it's a 9 to 5 job, like you're getting paid to talk about people. And I just posted something about this. You're not getting paid nothing to talk about nobody. So why are you sitting up here talking about people like it's a 9 to 5 job? What? What? Come on, let's be real. You're talking, and to be honest, anybody who talk about me, you're not putting money in my pocket, so I could care less. That's why I deleted your number the other day. But the saying no thing, you can say no to whoever you want to. If you don't want to do something, don't do it, because yeah, just don't do it. Like, it's just the simple fact. Like, if I want to go out, I'm gonna tell you. I'm not gonna make up a lie and say my parents didn't tell me. Sometimes I really want to be going out, but if I don't want to go out, don't call me fake. Because at the end of the day, when it's not time to go out and you going through something, who the first one you call? Me. So don't ever call me fake because I don't want to go out. I just don't feel like being bothered right now. So you go ahead, go out, have fun, but don't call me fake at the end of the day because I'm probably the realest person on your team because I'm always there for you. Let's just keep that 100, like keep that like that. So yeah, John, you can go ahead because go ahead, John.
Well, I guess I'm gonna say all three from my perspective. Yeah, the first one they'll ask you if you're okay, and then expect it to be yes, but it's not always yes. And a lot of times you could call people your friends, but that's a very common issue in friends. They will literally ask you if you're okay, and then not expect the other side. And I'm like, well, what was your point in like I don't know what it is, but like friends do that all the time, and I'm just like, like I'm going to give you the truth. Like if I'm not okay, I'm going to tell you I'm not okay. But the thing is, what are you going to do about it? Like, what's the point of having a conversation? You know what I'm saying? So I don't like if I know that I can't necessarily help you, like I will ask you if you're okay. And if you say no, I'll say, well, tell me about it. Like, what's up? I'm not going to give you no advice that I don't know is gonna help you, but potentially hurt you. Like I'm not gonna give you no advice like that. But I will ask you, like, you wanna talk about it? And if you don't, I'm gonna pull a Miss Joni and step back and not just, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's that. And then talking behind your back, oh my god. Yo. This one, I could just relate so much, especially coming into high school. And like freshmen, if you're watching, like incoming freshmen, this is directly to you. I'm gonna tell you a little story. I met my friend, and I'm not gonna get too deep into it, but I met my friends in a group chat during high school, and really, like, that's not even the way to make friends for real. Like, you don't necessarily know who the person is unless you are in like physical contact with them. You can't read a text message like emotionally. You know what I'm saying? Like anybody can say anything over a text message or even over the phone, and you won't necessarily like know exactly what's going on. They can paint the just like in the first one, they can paint the picture that they're okay, but they're actually not. You know what I'm saying? So like I feel like that whole talking behind your back thing, I'm gonna be real. If you do that with me, like me having the big heart that I do, I will eventually forgive you because I don't hold grudges forever, but I will never be as open with you in the future about anything. Like, and that's just the way it is. That's permanently stained. You can't change that with me. So, like I'll talk to you, I'll ask you what's up, and we can get as cool as you want to be, but you will never have that from me ever again. Like, that's literally the point that I had to get to. Because I would do that so many times where I would forgive the person and then give them my all again. And then like you come back and you do the exact same thing. And this was happening multiple times. So, I just had to realize like, despite my big heart, like I just have to let go sometimes. Like, I don't know. Like that's just what I think about that. And then expecting you to do everything together. Listen, I'm gonna give you a perfect example. Me and Kamaya, we're talking all the time, right? We're on HeartSmiles together. We talk in the comments sometimes, but we know that like we literally aren't all we have of each other. Like I feel like that's when it becomes toxic because you think that like you get too close to one another and then like you can't be separate people. And like I feel like that's the issue. Like you have to know that you're your own independent person before you go into a friendship and give it your all and thinking like that's your other half. And it like they can share commonalities with you, but at the same time, like make sure that you're really noticing that you guys are separate people, separate lives, separate paychecks, like all of that. Like just make sure like you know that you're independent people and you're there to help each other, not be each other.
I would also say that extends to relationships, not just friendships. So remembering that even though you really like someone or really love someone, you're still two independent people and you don't have to do everything together because you can't. Like it's not possible.
And I want to go back off when John was saying how talking about, I think it was talking behind your back. It's just a simple fact. Like, I had this situation when I realized that people, it was people I used to hang with, and they used to talk about any and everybody. I'm gonna own up to my actions. Yes, I was doing it with them. Yes, I was doing it with them until I realized, like, this is not what I want to do. This is not who I want to be. This not making me go nowhere, but making me be miserable in life. Like, it's not helping me or whatever. So I eventually cut them off. Like, I started getting distant, cut them off because it's just not like that. So come to find out, they start being the closest people they was talking about. So I was like, pause. You were talking about me too. You were talking about me too then. Because how are y'all the bestest of friends now? You were talking about me too then, if that's the case. Because I swore last week, 2 weeks ago, you just called the girl ugly. And now, y'all best friends. That's your road dog. That's the one who been there for you from day one. What?
Yo, I just feel as though, like, and I this is the last thing, I promise, but like, please, like, if you have a best friend, make sure that it's not forced, because that's the main reason of why people, like, get crossed all the time. Like, don't put a title on it, like, 2 weeks into you guys being friends. Like, yo, if you're best friends with somebody, then that relationship is going to gradually grow. And, like, you're gonna be, I don't know, like, you're just gonna be more into each other. And, like, that's just how the relationship progresses. But I feel like you shouldn't necessarily put a title on it all the time. Like, I feel like that's the main reason why people get crossed all the time. Like, you don't even know, like, this friend that you've been friends with for 2 weeks can literally go behind your back, talk about you behind the lockers, underneath the bleachers, all that type of stuff, and you don't even know about it, and it never comes up again. Like, make sure you have a solid friendship with these people. Like, that's a trigger for me. Like, y'all be saying that, like, y'all best friends after like 2 hours of knowing each other. Like, what is y'all doing? What is y'all doing?
I want to build off that. Like, when I got to high school, my sisters already told me everybody is not going to be a friend, and I saw it for myself. So many people turned into my big sisters, and they knew each other for years. When I say years, like elementary years, and they're in high school, and now they're not cool no more, like, at all. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna be cautious and stuff. So when I realized, like, after summer breaks, oh, this girl my friend, I was like, no, you just know of me. Don't call me your friend. Don't, because it's a simple fact. Friend is a deeper meaning than what you think. You cannot call everybody your friend. You're my associate. Yes, you're my associate. We talk here and there. I don't tell you anything. You might tell me stuff. I don't tell you anything because I just have to gain that trust, and I have to get to know you. Like, it just can't be like, oh, I just met her in school. Oh, that's my friend. We in the same class. We the best. No. We talk in school, and that's how it stays. Nothing more, nothing less than that. If you even get the chance to talk to me out of school, I give you an applause, because I really don't deal with people. Like, I can help you here and there, but if you get the chance to talk to me out of school, even get a FaceTime call at that, you really have to be close for me to get on the phone with you. Because no, I don't. No.
People is so quick to switch up. Like, they just be talking just to talk. Like, shut up. I'm sorry, my bad.
Oh, and for all the freshmen, a lot of people's going to change in high school to fit in. Oh my, a lot. Like, I didn't know so many people was going to change on me. I was like, no, we're going to be cool. No, this, that, and that. October come, I don't talk to half of the people I went to middle school with. It's really bad. Like, I thought people was gassing it. It's really bad when it gets to high school. Really bad.
But there's also a lot of really great people there, right? So people who you don't think, like you never even thought about being friends with in middle school, or like you never even knew, you might become really good friends with them over the course of those 4 years, right? Maybe you have classes together and you, I don't know, you do something else together. So it's like you're going to lose some friends because they're not their friends. They're not really for you. But you're going to gain a lot of friends too, because there are always going to be people who you find things in common with.
Yeah, definitely. I just feel like you're definitely like, I don't want anybody to think watching this, if you are a freshman or like even you're already in high school and don't have that many friends, like there are going to be new people. There are going to be a lot of new people who aren't the switch up people. You're gonna find those people. Like, and really you're lucky to find them instantly. But most of the time you don't. I found out through a bunch of people going behind my back talking in another group chat about me when I was in the initial group chat. Like, you're like, a lot of the time you're not going to find those people that are just like day ones, like we were talking about earlier, like Tay and Charles were talking about earlier. You're not going to find those day ones immediately when you first enter high school. So I just want everybody to be prepared. Like, you're going to, there's drama in high school. There's just period drama in high school. Just be prepared to endure that, take that, and move on.
And don't get yourself caught up in the drama, because it's not cute, it's childish, and it's not going to get you nowhere. Don't be like, oh, who fighting this and who about to fight, or what happened. No, just no. I did that at the beginning of the school year, and I just realized it's no point. It have nothing to do with me, so I'm gonna mind my business. Cause I realized in middle school, that's what gets you caught up and stuff like that, and that's what makes you lose a lot of opportunities. Because if a teacher see like, oh, she always in drama, but she's smart, but I'm not, she always in drama, so I'm not going to put her in this group, the group that's possibly going to go who knows where. So I'm gonna put her in this group, but rather somebody who's not in drama, like, oh, she get along with anybody, and they probably get the best grade on the project, if that makes sense. So yeah, just be aware and be real observant before you call anybody your friend.
Y'all ready to go to the next one? Cool. All right, so how do we fight these expectations?
Well, first, I want everybody to just lay your expectations out up front. Don't beat around the bush. If you see them trying to push expectations onto you or aren't going by your expectations, let them know. Be direct. But one thing you gotta be like mindful of is don't try to make your expectations to where it's like you're trying to change who the person is. If they are naturally fake, and like you let them know your expectations and they're still fake towards you, that's 9 times out of 10 that's just how they are. Let them go. Like, don't try to save it. And then yeah, like just another example, like don't tell your friend to dress a certain way because it makes you feel comfortable. Let them be them. Like, that goes back to just recognizing that they are an independent person. You can't shape them to be you or your ideal person. That's not what friends are. You just got to accept the person for who they are, and like just accept them for their flaws, their differences, your similarities, like just everything. Just accept the person for who they are. That's what a friendship is. And I think that's the misconception that a lot of social media influencers give off on the internet that they don't even know that they're doing. Like, it's people that go on Instagram Live every day just to talk about somebody, just to rant. Like, I cannot tell you how many people I see across my timeline just on live, just to say something, just to get opinions from the public. I'm like, why do you need that? Like, do you need validation? And in that case, like, that's just a self-esteem issue. Like, you gotta step back and you gotta realize, like, you have expectations for people and people have expectations for you. But at the same time, know what you deserve and know that they deserve to be their own person at the same time.
And also, about the expectation thing, you can't beat around the bush. You can be like, okay, if you're gonna, like, some people when they fuss, they start throwing stuff in your face. So you're gonna be like, if I tell you something and you throw it in my face, just know you're cut. And you have to say that from the beginning. We're never going to be cool again. I'm not gonna hold the grudge, but don't ever try to come to me and talk to me again. Like that's one expectation I have, like period. Just don't ever do that. Because clearly I felt like I could trust you for me to talk to you about something. But when you go throw it in my face or laugh at it, don't worry about calling my phone no more or texting my phone. Like it's just a simple fact. Some people don't know the correct way of going things because they haven't been guided the right way. That's all they see their older people do. Like, oh, she just got on the call with this, and like, oh, well, I just got the phone with her, and she said this and third. That's childish. It's just childish. And people gonna sit at their own age, but you just have to see the simple fact that you cannot just be around certain people that don't want better for themselves. And that's another expectation you have to have from the beginning. Want better for yourself. Because as a friend, I feel like we should be building each other up. So, yeah.
Other thoughts before we move on?
We can move on.
Okay. Ooh, I like this one.
So the first thing is, I know we went up to a whole bunch of other stuff, but just for expectations that people have for you, be daring. Go try out different things. If you see someone has an expectation or opinion of you that you don't like, prove them absolutely wrong. Do something completely different. Surprise them, surprise the world, surprise yourself. Like, do different things. Yeah, just go against what they want you to be, what they're expecting you to be, and let them know that you have another side to yourself. Like what they're seeing is not all you've been giving them.
Zion, you got thoughts on this one?
Yeah, about the be there. Yeah, prove them wrong. Like you can't prove them wrong. Don't try to fit in. Prove them wrong. Can I say something about Naeem comment?
Go for it.
I was about to reply in the chat, but don't let your anger issues define you because that's all what the system trying to do. They be like, oh well, that's why so many people think black people are angry because we always say we got anger issues. So I'm like, don't let that define you. Be like, okay, I know I got this, but I'm about to just back off because I know you're not doing nothing to better yourself or me. So you can say what you want. It's going to be hard. Trust me, I know it's going to be hard, but all you can do is to say you're miserable. Bye. That's all you can do, to be honest.
Yeah, I just wanted to say something about Dante comment real quick. He basically said like people that fight through Instagram, they be titling it stuff that people know they're gonna watch. Like, I'm ready to fight so and so or whatever. And I'm like, why are you putting that out there for people to see? That's literally clout chasing. That's the exact definition of clout chasing. You're trying to clickbait people into watching you just go off and rant. And I'm like, I don't even blame them for real. Like they just haven't had that talk with that person, that real person, or they haven't really tapped into their potential as to just not respond to everything. Notice that everything does not deserve a reaction out of you. Like I feel like they just haven't tapped into that yet. And that's honestly just a mental thing. You have to realize that everything that people says about you, like it's either gonna be good or bad. Most of the time it's bad and people want to see your downfall. So prove them wrong. Like I said in this slide, prove them wrong so that you have the potential to not respond and that you're gonna go out and get some more money. And that's what you're gonna do, and you don't have time to entertain all of that mess. That's all it is, it's just mess.
And for the people that's joining the lives, you're kind of miserable too because you're entertaining them, and that's why they keep getting on live.
That's a good point. It's a really good point. Okay, we got about 3 minutes left before we drop some jewels. So I'm gonna go on to the next one.
All right, we kind of just going to kind of like breeze through these. This one is basically just saying free yourself from the idea that you need to be perfect, and that's something that I struggled on. You know, like with my parents and my friends, I thought I had to be this perfect person. Absolutely not. Forget trying to be the perfect son, daughter, friend, role model, influencer. Like, that's honestly just what everybody wants you to do. Like, just go off of their expectations. Don't let yourself be defined by somebody else. That's just the insecurity that they have as parents, as friends, all of that. Just be yourself and remind yourself that the people around you, if they can't accept you for you, then they're irrelevant and insecure, like I said. So you will forever be enough in whatever you do, as long as it's positive.
Yeah, often it's a lot of people out here that's insecure. So they trying to I think that's another reason why people talk about people or get on live and stuff like that, because they're insecure about that stuff. So just you have to keep that mindset. Like, you're talking about me because you're insecure and I have something better than you that you probably can never get. So that's another reason why I don't entertain the foolishness, or don't argue with people either, because they letting them know that they can get to you and they taking energy, and that energy is not going to get you the energy being taken is taking money out your pocket. So don't entertain the foolishness.
And don't be fooled by people's Instagram accounts. Don't be fooled by social media. Everyone tries to make themselves look perfect on there and make it look like they have it all together when you know that they don't. And so don't be fooled. Don't try to like compete with them and like post more stuff on social media just because you think that you need to appear perfect.
Yeah, sure. That money that they're flashing on their story is not there by the time you see it. I promise you. Like, if they posted it 25 minutes ago, they spent it already. It's gone. Like, just leave it alone and go make your own money.
I promise that's my one pet peeve. Like, I almost threw my phone across the room because I saw it too many times. Like, I'll just be like, okay, we get it. You have the little bit of money you have. We get it. We understand now. How many times you going to show the same video? We get it. We get it.
Wait. Miss Kayla, I know we gotta move on, but I just wanted to say one example. Based off of what Zion said, they will literally take multiple boomerangs of their money in different parts of the house and post it on different days to make it seem like they got money. Like, it's not there. Just
don't get me started on how they be putting it up to that air. Don't get me started on that.
All right, we can move.
All right, last slide.
All right. Lastly, y'all, just live your life the way you want to. Absolutely be yourself. Make your money if that's your passion. If you want to be on Instagram and go rant for everybody else, just do you. I don't. If you're not willing to take my advice, then I'm not gonna give it to you anymore. You know what I'm saying? Just do you. Like, don't let nobody else tell you what you're doing is wrong. Do you? If you know it's right, it probably is.
I love it. Is that your jewel, or do you want to add a little bit more?
I'll do it, Jewel, but Zion, you could go first.
I just want to read Dante comment because it's really funny. He said, "Knowing that's rent money, put your mother money down." That was a good one. It was a good one. It's a good one.
Just cut the live off. Anyway.
Okay. All right. You want to say your jewel, John? And then I go? Or
you can go, Zion.
Okay. Like they were saying, be yourself, live for yourself, because at the end of the day, this is your life. They're not gonna be there forever, every step of the way. Because once it's time for them living their life, they're gonna go live their life. So just live yours right now and be who you want to be.
Hey, my jewel is control your energy to something that's just positive for you. Like I said, if you want to make money, put all your energy into it and something's going to come out of it. If you feel as though, like, I don't know why people would do this, but if you feel like going on Instagram live every day just to rant about something and you feel like nobody can tell you nothing, eventually you're going to have to hear it from somebody. But if that's how you feel for now, like, just do it, I guess. I don't know. Like, just do what makes you happy. Do what makes you happy. That's the moral at the end of the day.
Oh, and one last thing. Stop talking about people like you're getting paid for it.
My jewel goes along with those, I guess, and just get rid of the people who are friends in your life and just keep the ones that are friends, like actual friends. And you don't have to be the most popular person in school as long as you have like a couple people who's got your back. All right, y'all. Thank you so much. I'm going to stop sharing my screen. I just want to say thank you to everyone in the comments today. I felt like we had a really good discussion and people were supporting each other. And I love that about this HeartSmiles family. I love that when people are bringing up things that are meaningful and hard for them, that someone else jumps in and says, you know, I got your back. I'm here for you. And John and Zion, you really sparked that discussion. So thank you for bringing up such an important topic today.
Yes.
No problem. I'm gonna just say one last thing because it's 2:50. Listen,
yes.
Please, yo, I'm sorry, just stop flashing it. It's really making me mad. Just stop flashing it. Like those were boomerangs from the exact same day, and the money is gone. Leave it alone.
Bye, y'all. I finally get off of life support from Dante comments, and then you want to come with that. Bye.
Okay, y'all, I'm out.
Thank you, Miss Caitlin. Y'all had a great discussion. Thank you, Baby Barack. Thank you, Track Star. Y'all did amazing as always. I'll see y'all later.
I'll see you on Wednesday. Bye, y'all.
See you. Yo, I hope somebody had fun at work today. I hope somebody had a good day at work today. Yo, I hope somebody had a great Monday today, yo. Man, listen, wrapped up another successful day. Yo, I love it. Dante, you had me on life support, yo. Like, I was muted, so you couldn't hear me, but yo, you are crazy, yo. Man, didn't Baby Barack and Track Star bring it? Y'all are crazy. Listen, y'all already know what I'm about to tell y'all. You getting off of work, right? This should not be ending your day. This should be starting your day, yo. I don't care where you work, even when we about to be over, because y'all know we only got 9 more days left. Now, technically 8 more days, even when we over. Don't go working for somebody else all day long just to not work on your dreams and your goals when you get off. When you get off of whatever is paying your bills, whatever is helping to invest in your business and your goals, that's when you get on to your work, yo. Don't let this be you done for the day. No, you should just be getting started for the day. Take something that you learned today, apply it to your goals, apply it to your life, apply it to whatever version of success that you see yourself maintaining. Yo, it's some daylight out here. Don't waste this daylight, yo. Work, do something productive. Y'all already know what it is, yo. Tell a friend to tell a friend, yo. Success sessions. You want to be successful, yo, this is where you start. You want to be connected to other success-minded young people and adults, yo, this is where you start. Y'all know how Chaos Smoothie say, and y'all know my man Dante always be co-signing. You don't want to be a broke bum? Yo, this is where you start, yo. Success sessions. Cam, I see you, yo. Cam says she about to finish her marketing job, take a nap, and then be out on her delivery post. That's what I'm talking about. Have your day planned out, yo. Do something productive. Ain't no excuses at this point. So what? I'll see y'all when? Tomorrow, 10 o'clock, 9:55 or something like that. Whatever you do, yo, find something productive to do. All right, I'll see y'all in the morning. Enjoy the rest of y'all day. I'll see y'all later.